Coi dù olive na eanga fefe o no folata awia isene kai fiu tali si Heilala ve te amo tali si kakala si alupe fiu kumi si ane mafua one si utaka o tuula isuva tapa e uhila fakalava ahi fafua ke fakaha ele si ipele o malaikula si alupe fiu kumi si ane mafua one si utaka o tuula isuva tapa e uhila fakalava ahi fafua ke fakaha ele si ipele o malaikula ai Tawonga si ilupe he palasi pea tomo loto tau pe mo tau page Facebook e tau live stream Broadcom FM 87.5 podcasting pe pe ka ding mo tolu mo wakai mai e otomurina e tau YouTube ko ngai fonua e ua fulu maa fitu malawa ke tufa tu he nau ngahi television e ko tau whao ngā tu he nau ngahi polokalama tau le tau whanonga mai i aha uluaki o e whiau hi hoi fua e kau whewhine whiunga mo e toko fitu whakakatoa ki nau tolu i aha mai ni ke poni e talai ai ola o e whiau i koia ai aku kau ki ai kau whewhine ni hono katoa i ngahi e ria ke heke na whai hanu whakamau i ki nau tolu. E kai ngata ai oku malama lelei ai ngahi whatongia koe ni i whakamafola talu me uraka hoa o mai ki hahoni e pe whoke hoko atoa au ki aho sapate. I he matonga ni e anga lelei o loto whie maari e ai pure ka mai kau ngau e potungau e takmamata mo e wholau e wa a tonga. E nā wanga lelei, kai whamafola atu e ngahi o au, me ngai prokalama o e wike Heilala, e tau reti o valfit poi nima e whaema, ka peke tau live stream, whatai mo tau YouTube. Kai pia manaki, pe mo e whatawange, o wanga lelei atu e ngahi whamafola, pe iai pe mo e kore whamori a ngahi tonou nou. I he ngahi whamafola ko tau laka mai ai i he weekendi. Ka koe wike lahi whoki ki he whanua mo e pureanga. Talu mea ne pongpongina, koe aho flaiteni, aho wha o siulai, tau a whe wanima. Whakamanatua i he piukala pe me i he tangi, e piukala i he mala e pangai, i he tuhuifo e whuka, i ona fusi o whuka pe mo no tuhuifo. E pēke whaki o ngahi whakaha o ngahi ngāwe o taumaloi a enea whio e kai ngatai ngahi whanua ko whai e tarite pe moe pureanga i he whamanatu o e aho aloi o e tamatui i aho wha o siulai pēa i he ni pehe kau whataha mai e tau polokalama whanonga mai i he ngahi whakamafola o a mai e ni ki he floati ane hoata toko mai ki he whiawhini, ko e whiawhini o nau haa i honau teunga Pulletaha, ka koe whauia i he Pacific Island Creations. Aia koe ngai teunga koe ni, ngai teunga ia ku teunga ki he ngai whanua o Pacific. Pea i kai ngatai o ku whiunga ia, pea mo ngahi aho whai e ngai whiau hi koe ni ki he hoi hoi fua. Pea i kai ngatai oku laka mai e kina tolu i tua pureanga. Nau laka mai me i tua pureanga ke nau whahako ai ngahi ngau e ke hei o tau ki pureanga ni mo tau whanua o tau kei kau whataha pe i he fia ngau e aki ngai teunga whawhanua ia tau inasi ai i he ngahi aho. Ko e whiawhini na te ton ke kamata e tau polokalama he hoko ai whitu hange ko ia ko tohi mai he tau ngai polokalama. Ka ko iai pea manaki e wawe mai pe ka ko e a taimi ke kamata ai e tau ngahi whiawhini. Kai ke he, mo ke uwhalawe atu ki he ngai tau polokalama o e whiawhini ai a ko e Pōri whoi ni a wha o siulai, tau anoa wani mai. E hai, e kau whewhine, ko tako whitu koe ni, e kau whirimisi, kau whiauhi ki he hoi hoi fua. Tēnau hai ki he kakai, ke pē ke kau ke sea o e kau whamau, ke pē ke kau whamau o e aho. Pea kamalawa lelei, ai ngahi polokalama e pōni, mai whakatawangi pēku whia ai hoi ki mga kai o whanua i ngai polokalama kua teu teu pia mafua he potu ngau e takmamata mo e whalau e vewa a Tonga. Whakafuafua ke whitu e whakahoko ai e tangata i whaiwhikau ka koe kua osi minute whitu mei he whitu. Ka koe whaiwhikau en mai potu ngau e polisi whaiwhikau i eni te halangingi ai lotu kamata e polokalama. Kalawa peko ia whahoko e CEO Taritari, reo, ai potunga au e takmamata, Fotuika Vairea, kako e acting CEO for Ministry of Tourism, Fotuika Vairea. Ai rea Taritari o ngau e whiawhini. Pea kalawa ko ia hoko mai, ai whakawa o e Stacey, e he Miss Heilala lolo tonga puke puke ai kalauni Rachel Contestant e whakahoko ai ki item pea kalawa piko ia ku mui mai ai a hono whakahango mai whakaha kau sponsor e kuna uofa ki takmamata ki potunga takmamata mai whalau i mewa tonga ngai potunga au ia pureanga pe ki tek nau tole ngai whanua muri nau tokoni a whakapaanga ai whakatoutou ngā aue, nā tōu na honga whakakoloa, ai ngā aue a ngā aue e whiawhi. Kalawa pe ai whaha e kau sponsor, hoko mai ai te monoa, koe Miss Pacific Islands, koe Miss South Pacific, ne kawat kai kawat kia i tau Miss Heilala lolo tonga. Ka koe tōtaha Miss Pacific Islands, Li Tara Yele Mia Ellen. Oku koe tōtaha koni mei Hamoa, lo tonga whakalauni ake a Miss Pacific Islands. Ia kalawa pe ai te mihonoa, e hoko rewa ki he rea, aia koe rea eni, e whakako ia e Rachel Coulton Bale. Ai a koe ngahi haa mai whakausi ki he matanga teu ke whaki ai kalauni pe mea tei ai he pōni pea i kai ngatai kone lea mawhana mo ngahi ata lolotonga ni kei puke ai kalauni. I he taim tatau pe e whakahoko ai pe pea mo e kau whamau o e pōni pia mo kina tolo e tokoni ki te pili e kau whamau. Kalawa peko ia e kamatare wahano whamau ki nau tolo i he nau haa mai he ngai teunga Pulletaha. Toko nau ngai koe ngai teunga i Pulletaha te nau kamata i ai whamau i e whiawhini. Hoko pe ia o e ngahi hoko totonu whikaulu aki Miss Lady Maria Tonga Australia. Peki he whikaua Sosiana Patricia Lavulo tau moe pe au. Whika tolu ko whungala au Elizabeth Whamanaki Mafi. hoko mai whika wha ko ati liniana o rie whika nima sinima kūlena mai o reti tua vao. Whika o no tarita vika tōria e se ta moala whaingaa. Ko whika whitu ki e poni o Maria toa te pi tonga uiha. Kalawa pe nau fofua ha mai ki he Teunga Pulletaha, te nau hoka turewe ke item hono tolu. Item hono tolu, e whahoko ia e he tokotaha koe Preteen. Aia koe tokotaha eni, nā nei kuna ai whiauhi taulunga. Tau wafe mā wani mā, tene hā mai i he e whiawhini, i hane ki item. Pia ka lama pe item ko ia, hoko mai pe item mo wha, koe Miss Cook Islands. Miss Cook Islands, ngā te Bairo Marie Moiate. Aia e whaka hā tupea mohono whakakalauni me ngahi i misi i hono ki video e whakahātu ia i he tau screen i he whiawhini. Kalawa peko ia ku hoko atu rewa ki hono whakamau ki nau tolu i he stage of interview, Island Creations. Pa pe whoki ki hono whakamau ki nau tolu i he ngahi area ki he whakaeke eke, hono whakaeke eke ki nau tolu. I he hoko tatau pe. Pia ka lava pe ko ia, toi whakaunga te tau kau sponsors. Pia ka lava lelei pi hono lau atu, e he ongo MC o e ahoni. Nau ngau e ki ai e poni. Aia koe angani whanofo o e tau ngahi polokalama ki e poni mono hoko lelei mai. O au mai ki he rea whakamalo e whahoko ia e Paula Mau, koe Chief Secretary and Secretary of Cabinet e non-Tonga Tourism Authority Port. Aia koe kauwhakieni i he me mipa, i he poate ai takmam kawai e takmamata. Pea i hene pehe e hoko mai i he hiri o rea whamalo ai whakio e ngahi pare. Whakio e ngahi pare. Pea announce ai pare whalanglang mawahe. Pea kau ki ai pea moi ngahi whiauhi nai whakamau i. Te hau mai ki he ngahi pare tōki mua e nima e whaki. Pia kaua e pia moe whakakalauni i he whiawhini. Pia ka lava lere i pe whakakalauni koe au au tuku ia e pōni. Hoko atai pe whaiwhikau i e ni tuialangi ngi e whaiwhikau mai potunga e polisi ai lotu moe keresi. Koe lava kakatoi a e polokalama i he whiawhini. Wakai ake whiawhini ki he ngahi nofo anga, mahi no pia ku kei mā opo pe ai ta whakawhakahi. Tuku ke heangi ta whakawhakahake, te kia hatahe nofo mea i olunga i he funga grandstand, ai aku toki whaingo fuange nau wakai mai me he onga ta whaki, i he ngahi polokalama ko ia ku hoko i loto i he riani. Pea i hene pehe, koe wakai atu ki loto ki he kau whawhe whalanglangi o e pōni. Mea heinea ona po Minister o e takmamata.
I tau loto ngā i he whiawhini. Whatapu pia mo e hau o tonga ka ko eni awhio tu po wono. Whatapu pia mo e tahine kuini na na spau. Whakatapu pia mo e prinisi kalauni o tonga, tupo toa ulkalala. Whakatapu pia mo e prinsesi kalauni sinai takala. Whakatapu pia mo e tahine prinsesi pure salote mafle o pilolevu tuita. Kai umaa e whare o haa mo heo fo. Whakatapu eni ke whawhalanglangi o e whiawhini, ka koe e minista bon ngau e takmamata tonga, pia mo e minista o e lao, Honourable Mo Arefi Nau. Whatapu atu heni ki ambassador koia Pureanga o Siaina ki Tongani, ka pehe ke ambastoa ko ia o Puleanga o Siapani. Whakatapu atu heni ki he taki ko ia o kau whakamau, Honourable Dulcie Day, pia mo kau whakamau, o proklama whakaosi ko ia o Whiawhini. Whakatapu atu poki ka te kinau tolu kau ātita, o kinau tokoni i hono whakamau opo Tawonga o Whiawhini. Whakatapu mawahe Whiawhini ki he Miss Heilala, Miss Tonga, Rachel Goodenbell, ka maa ai Miss Pacific, pia mo Miss Cook Islands o kau whakataha. Ki e kau whiwhine toko fitu ai au nau veipā ki e kalauni o Heilala ua noa wanima, whatapu mawahe ange. Pea tala mo kāpu e whatapu ka kato o e whonua pia moe lotu, ka e tāke e whahoko e tau proklama koe e whiawhini, ai a koe au whangatupu eni o e wike Heilala o e ua noa wanima. Ka ki mua pa kamata koe e tau proklama, o whiepuke e whainga maari e koe ni, ke whafofonga i atu, ai Puleanga Tonga, pia mo kumunau tolu ko ia o nau whukutuu ai proklama o wike Heilala, ke o atu ha talamonu ki ene awhio, pia whakatulo wangi he, ko uia koe aho mau inga koe ni o whakailonga i he tonga kotoa ai aho aloi o ene awhio tupo wono. Whatawangi mo Sihova ke whaitapue kina ai awhiona, o atu hangahi tau koe uia koe tataki o whakahoko pia moho o kakai. Ia taim tatau ko whiepuke whainga maari e koe ni ke whatoa ngai, pia mo ate whakapapa, ki e talawhikau lahi koe ia Puleanga Australia o tau kau whataha heni, pia o tautale leik mo tolu ke proklama koe ia e Whiawhini, wike Heilala o e wanoa wanima.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, greetings to you all this evening in Malolele and warm Pacific greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga. We'd firstly like this evening to acknowledge the presence of God Almighty who is with us here tonight. We'd also like to acknowledge their Majesties, King Tupou VI and Her Majesty the Queen, the Nasipau NUKU'ALOFA. Now, as we know, it's a public holiday here in the Kingdom of Tonga today to commemorate the birthday celebrations and pay homage to our King and Sovereign, His Majesty King Tupou VI. So I'd like us, if we could join together and just do a hip hip hooray for His Majesty's birthday today. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! We'd also like to acknowledge their Royal Highnesses, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Tonga, NUKU'ALOFA, the Crown Princess Naitakala Tuku'aho. Also acknowledging Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal, Princess Salote Mafile o Pilolevo Tuita. Also tonight we'd like to acknowledge our guest of honour, the Minister of Tourism of the Kingdom of Tonga, Honourable Mo'alefi Nau, and also members of our diplomatic community who are here with us this evening. The Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Kingdom of Tonga, the Ambassador of Japan to the Kingdom of Tonga, and the High Commissioner of the Commonwealth of Australia to the Kingdom of Tonga. We'd also like to acknowledge this evening, we're here tonight with the current reigning Miss Samoa, Miss Pacific Islands, none other than Litara Yeremia Allen, and also the current reigning Miss Cook Islands, Ngatepaeru Marie Mawate, and of course our very own Miss Heilala, reigning for the final night tonight before her crown passes over, and that of course is Rachel Goodenbell. We'd like to acknowledge our distinguished judges who are here tonight, our scrutineers, our chair lady of the panel of judges tonight, and not forgetting all of our amazing looking and stunning contestants this evening vying for the crown of Miss Heilala. And to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, who've come tonight, why don't you put your hands together as we have come to the final evening of Miss Heilala 2025. Without any further ado, we'd like to commit tonight's proceedings in a word of prayer, and I'd like to invite Reverend Ian Tuihalingengie, if he'd kindly make his way. Ko whaiwhikau whokia ni a potunga au e polisi a Tonga, ke kātaki peo kamata e tau polokalama I he Whiawhini aki halotu. Malo.
Toloat, pako kore ke motokoni ka he homa e tite George, himi meseta, pēti u whai atua taulotu.
Pe
Koe mauta mai o kuhe wani. Koe o tō mafi mo tangata pēhea e awhiona. O whiawhia pa whawhtae mo I he whiawhi whakakoloa ko eni. Ko ho tauhi ofa, mo tauhi malo, mo tari lotu ki tonga I he taimi hono ko tope. O kauhai ai kātoanga mamalu o e whiawhi ko eni. Ke mau hanga atu ai o whamalo ia e tauhi ko ke whai la koe whierere e tu o tonga. E hoko sia ono aho alo I. Pe mau kau whataha pa mo e kātoa ngā. Koe wike whiawhia o tonga. Koe wike Heilala o e whanua. O mau kau I he whiawhi ko eni. Ke mau te kake atu ai whakamalo. Ko e wheilau lau hui nei whai o alofa ngā. Ina se ai a tonga. Pe au mau whawhita. Mo whakamalo. Tāpua ki mai ai hau e whanua. King te pōhono ono. Ke laka I manua e ne taki ai whanua. Pe tūloa e taki atu pō I tonga. Tāpua ki ke whare hau e whanua. Tama pilinis kalauni pa mono whare mo ka hau o tonga. Tāpua ki mai ki he Princess Pure, salote mawhire o pilo reu tuita, pa mo e hou eiki kotope o tonga. Maulotu ke tāpu ki nā, si kau mata pure o e whanua, mo e fua whatongia o nau whai. A kau taki lotu, whakaolunga meri o e whanua, pa mo e kāinga lotu kotope o e ngai funga waka I tonga. O mauhanga atu e he whiawhi koe ni, koe whotutu e kua whai e ki minista o e potunga oe, pa mo e kautaki o e potunga oe. Ke whai tāpu I kina, ai taumua o e whiawhi koe ni. Tamai o mau hanga atu, koe tangata ki pare mia mo e pure hanga tonga. Ke whai tāpu kina mai me langina. Mau hanga atu ko e whakataha ngani. Walolo ai kautaki. Ngai whawhawhonga ngai whanua muri o mau iheni. Ai ho eki. Whawhonga ngai whae. Pepe ke ngai tamai. Whamiri me kaunga mea. Ke mau kaunga whamoni. Ke kātoanga whiawhia o e whiawhi koene. Ka mai o maulotu ke tāpu kina ngahi loto whare ko toa pē. Ne nau ohi. Pe tahu ai whanau ko nau pōre. Ke nau hoko ko ngahi Heilala hoi hoi fua tonga. Pe whaia ai whiri he pō koene. Ongo sia ne nau whai. Ke no tahu e whanau koene. Ke nau tuu mai. O whakahoko whatungia mātonga o au mai ke pō koene. O maurotu ke tāpu kina ngai whawhiwhianga kotoa pē o whai I tonga ko hui koe kātoa ngane. O au mai ki he whareni. Tāpu kina ai kotoa pē o ngai whatungia e whai he whiawhine. Ke ngā hai ai langi mo ngei a awhina. O kua ulotu. Koe maheni. Kau ngā mea. Kau bōbō. Ki e whiauhi o pō koene. Ke mau ai lau maria o e whiawhia. O I kai koe lau maria o e whiauhi whekeke. Kau koe whiauhi o e merino na mo e whiawhia. Mau korea lau mari a whana. Ke taloto merino I he kātoa ngani. Ka oreo ko mau whamalo atu e noi kua ngā. Koe lotu ia mo e huo kua ke atu. I he mau tui. Me mau whalala ka kato ki o awhio. Pai e wafa top top ho alo ko mahuhui mo mawhala loa. Sisu kalaisi. Amen.
Malo bito whaiwhekao i entui halingengia, ai koe whaiwhekao whokiene ai potunga o e polisi a Tonga, hono te taki koe e tau lotu i he whiawhini.
O koko te tau proklama koe e whiawhini, koe lea taritari koe o e whiawhini, e kore ai heni ki he ofisa pule leo leo koe e ponunga o e takamamata a Tonga, whotuika vai lea, kene whahoko e tau lea taritari. The welcoming remarks for this evening's program, I'd like to call on the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Tourism, who's had the hard duty of leading us this week in operations. I call on Mr. Whotuika Vailea to hold the welcoming remarks. Malo pito.
Tala whapapa ka katoa e. Whahako atu he ngō whakatauke i o e whiawhini. Kukore kei whamalumalu atu pe ai. Iau whakaturo atu whawhalanglangi. Ai tuku pe whainga mari e keu whawhawhonga ta whatongia. Whaiharea taritari. Ke kai ngā pa moe maheni hono kotoa pe. Pie whawhawhonga atu pe ai sektoa taki mamata o Tonga. Kore peke whakatonga i mahalo pe tātua lahi pe tau rea agien. Koe potunga e koe sektoa taki mamata o kia ngahi sino mahu inga i e tolu. Koe potunga au e, ai pureanga. Potunga au e mau mawhai, ke ngahi bisnisi ki he taki mamata. Kai umaa ai kautaha e kau bisnisi whakataki mamata. Ka whawhonga kotokotoa te ngahi sino i tolu koe ni ai taritari rei. Mahui ngā bege whakatoka ngai. E ko tau tuu e ni, i he kolosi anga o e ngata anga. Kātoa ngā Heilala whakawiawhia o e tau koe ni. E te tau whakamoni hono kotokotoa pe, whakawhaofa e mea hono kotokotoa. Koe whenga o e aki wa awhia ngāhi sino koe ni. Whekoe koe i he ngāhi whatongia, he kai lawa hea tokotaha pe. Moni pe rea ku pehe koe ha toa e tū tokotaha. A koe kau ngā kau, i no whakafua e whatongiani, wako tui te tau whakamoni kotokotoa pe, o kuola le rei, pia lele i matangi e ngahi mea hono kotokotoa. Members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished guests, I'd like to take this moment to represent the Minister of the Tourism, the CEO, Chair Lady for the Tonga Tourism Authority, as well as the President for the Tonga Tourist Association, to extend a very warm welcome to you all for being here with us tonight. And the same goes to the reigning Mrs. Heartfelt greeting to you all. Whamalot, taritari rea tu ai whamaupure, umaya ka whamau, o wahea ka te kimotore whatongia mbafa tuki tuki, o e whiawhi koe ni. Ko kai ke pūri e te kimautolo e mbafa e whatongia, ma hono ngai pore. Au mau whamalo, aho ene tolu o tau sidua me ai, malo se ono ke i whataki e whatongia, au taritari rei ki mautolo. E ono taritari rei, kau Scrutineers ko toa pe ku mautuk taimi, ka tau kau ngā kau, ke whahako rei e whatongia. Kau sponsor hono ko toa pe, talu me a ulaki wa umeki a honi, malo mua e pou pe malo mua e tokoni. Kapa ke heke ko toa pe, kau whenga o e aki ai, kau rei ia, ki he lava ka kato e whatongia, o e wiki mahawinga koe ni. Si kau whinemui, ko mo loto toa ke whakahako e ngai whatongia o e kau wheauhi, i e Miss Heilala o e tau koe ni, taritai loto maa whana ki mo tonu. Hou ngā moni, i e eki minister ka umaa ngahi kupu whekau kau aki, loto lahi ko mo whai, ke whakakato e ngai whatongia o weekend. Pe whoki a taritari rea te kau pou hono kotoa pe, family pa moe maheni o taki mamata ku tau wonuk. Malu e whare koe ni. O ato e taritari roto maa whana e teki motoru. Malo no kei no fo i mai tau ngahi katoa ngā. Malo no kei whakakoloa. Ai ngai whakatutu. ko fai ke hui ke hilala ta ko ni anga be ko fa a ko ta wa o mai ni ke kolosi anga o e hui ke hilala o e wafe uanima ka ta hokot ke pesi hoko fa mu be o fine mu ke fa ta nga ai fa ka ka o di o la ve ke lo tu re i e fia fini mana tu yo ko kai ko hilala ko e fe au hi ata ata pe ko tau ka Tawonga fia ko tau ka Tawonga ai aho alo yo tama ko tu bo wono ko rat ke tau fia pe tau be ko ha ai ola o ya honi tu ko ke hoko be fia fini ko taha ngai pes e tohi no o mo ui ka puni ai ahon ku ke pes fo he hoko atu ai mo ui ka ko ke ngata ia he ahon tau fia ba tau fio merino mai he kamata fa mu ke tau tutu ko atu he ahoni tau ke mau be fia tau ko malo atu ngai me hono ko to pe leve balanga ko tau atu
Whakamalo atu ki he kale kita pule leo koia ai taki mamata koia a Tonga ai ko fotoika vailea pe mailea taritari koia oe e whiawhini. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final evening for Rachel Gutenbell to be wearing the crown as our Miss Heilala. She has done an absolutely fantastic job over the last 12 months. And so now we're going to invite our current reigning Miss Heilala, Rachel Gutenbell, who will be gracing the stage tonight with an opening item. And we'd like to invite her family, her friends, her support crew to join her as well tonight as she performs to celebrate and performs for us tonight as the very final performance as our current reigning Miss Heilala. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get ready to stomp our feet and clap our hands as we give a warm Pacific welcome tonight to our reigning Miss Heilala, Rachel Gutenbell. Heilala 2024-2025, the one and only Rachel Gutenvale. Mo paspasi imai Miss Heilala Lolotonga. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final night of the Miss Heilala pageant for the year 2025. And this evening we will be still going through 3 judged categories this evening. Tonight, our contestants will be vying for various titles in various categories, including the Best Pulletaha this evening. Will also be judged this evening on the island creations. And last but not least, they'll be judged on the stage interview. So we've had the pre-pageant interview, and tonight will be the stage interview. And of course, finally, tonight will be the award-giving ceremony, and that will be completed with the crowning ceremony of our new Miss Heilala for the year 2025-2026.
Before we continue on, we'd like to remind everyone about our in-house rules for those of you who have just joined us tonight. Just to share, those of you on the top floor, once again, the exit green signs there. You make your exit there, the bathrooms will be around that area. At the bottom area, the doors that you entered, the first door on your left and right, those are the bathrooms. For those of you that will have trouble finding, we've got staff all around, security. Those that are in red and white, you can ask them and they'll help you. Also, we ask each and every one of you, the supporters and everyone here, to please support with kindness. And once again, thanking you all for keeping the indoor stadium clean for the past few days. We continue to ask for this evening. Thank you very much for being punctual, and also we ask for respect and your attentiveness throughout the program.
Ka ki mua bea hoko ata tau polokala mo he whiawhini, tau tu koe whakamalo ki ni ihi o ngahi businessi mo ngahi kautaha, o kena popo mai ki kātoanga kuia o wike Heilala he wikeni. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our eyes to the screens, and we'd like to acknowledge our supreme sponsors for Miss Heilala 2025. which is a cash prize of 500 pa'anga, sponsored by Jet Save Travel. Second, there's a Miss Popularity or Internet category. The cash prize is 500 pa'anga, sponsored by Leader Quarry. Number 3, we've got Miss Photogenic, which is a cash prize of 500 pa'anga, sponsored by TONGA. Number 5, we've got the Best Teunga Tawonga, or the Best Tawonga Costume, with a cash prize of 1,000 pa'anga, sponsored by NUKU'ALOFA Beach Resort.
In the main awards category, we have the Interview Award. The winner will receive a cash prize of 1,500 pa'anga, sponsored by the President of Tonga Tourist Association, Saya Moihau. A generous 500 gift voucher will also be proudly sponsored by Leata Boutique Gift Shop for the winner. The first runner-up for the interview, a cash prize of 1,000 pa'anga, and the second runner-up with a cash prize of 700 pa'anga.
In the Miss Sarong Award category, the winner will receive a cash prize of 500 pa'anga, sponsored by Eco Sand Clothing. The first runner-up will receive a cash prize of 350 pa'anga, sponsored by Very Popular Cars. And number 3, the second runner-up will receive a cash prize of 200 pa'anga, sponsored by Leo Guest House.
With the Talent Award, the winner will receive a cash prize of 1,000 pa'anga, sponsored by House of 88 Tonga. The first runner-up with a cash prize of 700 pa'anga, sponsored by Seaview Lodge and Restaurant. And the second runner-up, third, with a cash prize of 500 pa'anga, sponsored by Tali Eva Bar.
In the Miss Tawonga category, the winner will receive a cash prize of 1,000 Tongan pa'anga, sponsored by the Kongakava Hotel, a return trip economy class for 2 on Fiji Airways, flying direct from the Kingdom of Tonga to Auckland, New Zealand via Nandi, Fiji. The first runner-up will receive a cash prize of 700 pa'anga, sponsored by the Kongakava Hotel, and the second runner-up will receive a cash prize of 500 pa'anga, also sponsored by the Kongakava Hotel.
For the Pulletaha Awards, the winner will receive a cash prize of 1,000 pa'anga, sponsored by the Kongakava Hotel. Also a generous 500 gift voucher, proudly sponsored by Leata Boutique Gift Shop. The first runner-up with a cash prize of 700 pa'anga, sponsored by the Kongakava Hotel, and second runner-up, third, cash prize of 500 pa'anga, sponsored by the Kongakava Hotel.
In the Miss Island creation, the winner will receive a cash prize of 2,000 pa'anga, sponsored by the Palestini, or the President of the Tonga Tourist Association, Saya Moihau. A generous 500 pa'anga gift voucher, proudly sponsored by Leata Boutique Gift Shop. The first runner-up will receive a cash prize of 1,500 pa'anga, sponsored by Seaview Lodge and Restaurant, and the second runner-up will receive a cash prize of 1,000 pa'anga.
The top 5 winners, winner of Miss Heilala will win cash prize of 10,000 pa'anga. Also a return trip economy class airline ticket for 2 on Fiji Airways, direct from Tonga to Dallas, USA via Nandi, Fiji. Also a generous 500 pa'anga gift voucher, proudly sponsored by Leata Boutique Gift Shop. 500 pa'anga gift voucher, proudly sponsored by House of 88 Boutique Tonga. And a complimentary Swim with the Whales gift voucher, sponsored by Tahi Tonga, valid until November this year.
The first runner-up will receive a cash prize of 7,000 pa'anga, including return trip economy class for 2 on Fiji Airways, flying direct from the Kingdom of Tonga to Cairns in Queensland, Australia via Nandi, Fiji. A generous 500 pa'anga gift voucher, proudly sponsored by Leata Boutique Gift Shop, and a 250 pa'anga gift voucher, proudly sponsored by House 88 Boutique Tonga.
The second runner-up with a cash prize of 5,000 pa'anga, return trip economy class, airline ticket for 2 on Fiji Airways, flying direct from Tonga to Canberra, Australia via Nandi, Fiji. Also a generous 500 pa'anga gift voucher, proudly sponsored by Leata Boutique Gift Shop. 250 pa'anga gift voucher, sponsored by House of 88 Boutique Tonga. The third runner-up, cash prize of 3,000 pa'anga. Fourth runner-up, cash prize of 2,000 pa'anga, and consolation prizes for all 300 pa'anga.
Could we put a round of applause together for all of our sponsors and businesses who have supported our prizes for our contestants in the various categories this evening in Miss Heilala. And Charlotte, that's probably a good segue now to a little bit more entertainment. Who have you got coming up next on our stage here at Tonga High School Indoor Stadium?
Can I please call on the winner of the Miss Preteen 2025, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage Miss Tumoy Prescott Kata, the winner of Miss Preteen 2025, Paspasi Mai. Hangene mo mea ina e whahoko ai whea au hi tau o lunga I he wikendi, I he whiawhi tu si te ia. Ko ki whine mui eni na ane I kuna ko ia ai whea au hi ko ia ko Tumoy Prescott Kata o kune kau whakataha mo ki tau tolu I he whiawhini. Teu teu puno. paspasi mai ko e fine moia ko tu moe Prescott kata pia mei he funga fonua pia mei eua ko ia na ane ikuna ko ia fe au hita olunga ai machine I he tauni. Tau tui pe ko ngai tau pe mei heni te tau tui wakai ai ke fine mui ko ini ko ne kau mai ke katoanga Heilala ko ia I he kahau. Once again acknowledging there the winner of the Miss Preteen 2025, Miss Tumoe Prescott Kata, all the way from Ewa.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's protocol and tradition that on the final night of Miss Heilala every year, we afford an opportunity to the reigning Miss Heilala to address us and provide her final remarks in her role and her capacity as the reigning Miss Heilala. So at this opportunity, we'd like to call upon Miss Heilala, if she could kindly make her way to the mic.
At the moment, she's kindly getting into her next outfit.
Right.
But other than that, let us once again acknowledge this year's theme, Celebrating Heritage, Shaping the Future, Miss Heilala Pageant 2025. Lava iloa ola, how's it been so far?
Look, I think the energy has been absolutely fantastic this year. The talent on the stage amongst our 7 contestants, and not just our Miss Heilala pageant, but the Heilala Festival in general. Today we had the float parades through NUKU'ALOFA, starting at St Andrew's College and completing at the Tawonga 4th Domestic Wharf. And it was just great to see so many crowds out there on the sides of the road cheering and the loud music blasting from our various floats today. Did you see our float parade at all?
We did. There was so many, it was very vibrant, and I think one of the highlights for today, seen by many, and it was unknown to many, that their majesties, they drove through with their official party on Pulletaha Road, and everyone that was there made way, and that was just like a bonus to everything that happened today.
Not only that, but we also had the His Majesty's Armed Forces brass band marching this morning at Pangailahi, and of course in tradition the cannon that was signalling His Majesty's birthday today and the raising of the flag. So these are amazing traditions that we have here in the Kingdom to celebrate the birthday of His Majesty, and not only that, the gift of a public holiday here in the Kingdom as well.
July 4th is always one to look out for. Also acknowledging this is 46 years of Heilala, the anniversary of Heilala, and as we're leading on to the 50th, we can only grow from here, lava iloa ola. And we see that this year we've got 7 contestants. Once again, we reach out to our Tongan diaspora, not just those overseas, but also those in the outer islands. Let's bring Heilala back. Heilala, the sentiment of why it all started. It was a celebration that focused around His late Majesty, King Tupou IV's birthday, but at the same time, we're still observing it with our current monarch at the moment. What are your thoughts in terms of building into the 50th anniversary?
Definitely, certainly there's a momentum building here in the Kingdom, and we see that this year with Heilala Festival, with the addition of the Heilala Nines. We've got netball competitions running, we have the trade fair, and other activities. Tomorrow night there's the Give Back to Tonga concert, and of course on Sunday evening there's also a gospel program at Queen Salota Memorial Hall. So we can see that the event, although it's condensed this year to 1 week, the momentum is building as it grows and grows in this event as we move forward. Not only that, this year is also very significant, being the 150th celebration later this year of the Constitution of the Kingdom of Tonga, one of the oldest constitutions in the world.
Also adding on to that, not just the 150th anniversary, it's the 10th year of His Majesty's reign in monarch. So those are big milestones for Tonga, all happening this year, and also for milestone for Tonga. I'm not sure if this has happened before, but we've got 3 beauty queens of the Pacific, all part of Heilala this year.
Absolutely. Very excited to be joined this year by the reigning Miss Samoa / Miss Pacific Islands, who's here with us tonight, Litara Ieremia Allen. Ia whātalo whātu ia te oe Litara, mātou whiawhia tele e te māwhuta whātasi ma mātou i le mālo whaile tupo o Tonga le nei awhi talosia e te maua whoi se taimi whiawhia i te tono o Tonga nei. We're also here this evening with the reigning Miss Cook Islands, all the way from the Cook Islands, ngā te pareo Marie Mawate, kia orana e kia manuia i te atua kia koe. Great to have you here in the Kingdom of Tonga, and of course not forgetting our reigning Miss Heilala, Rachel Gutenbauer, who it's like a reunion for all of them because they were only together not long ago at the Miss Pacific Islands in Honiara, Solomon Islands. So great to have you here. We hope you're enjoying your stay here in the Kingdom of Tonga.
I'm very impressed, Lava Iloa Ola, with your Samoan and your Cook Island, but I'm also aware you've got a Matai title, so good on you for bringing that out and acknowledging that Samoan part in you. O tatale lea e tonga kotoa, mo mea mai o tau ka whakataha e proklama ko ia e whiawhini. Hange koe mo mea ki ai koe awha osieni, mo o wawha osieni o Miss Heilala wanoa wanima. Pa koe ia fia koe wia koe taoeni e whaono, hono katoa nga i koe ia Miss Heilala. Taloeni mei he tahiwa fituhiwa. Pa une whamahino mai a historia, ko tu au mai I he whonuani koe tau e whaono. Lahi angea I hok tau e lawe I loa ola. And I think o ku ne o mai ai tala whekau aki pia mo historia koe ni o wike. Mahu inga koe ni ko tau whanua.
It's definitely multi-generational, as you said. It outdates ourselves. It's been around a very long time, and it will be continuing for many generations to come. Very excited. I've got the signal now from our team behind the scenes that our reigning Miss Heilala is ready to come on stage and deliver her final remarks as our current Miss Heilala. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a warm Tongan welcome tonight to the reigning Miss Heilala 2024-2025, the one and only Rachel Gutenvale.
She's making her way on our stage.
Whawhetai ke o tua a hoku lau maali e. Mo ia katoa pē o ki a te au, whawhetai ki ona huafa maoni o ni e. Whatulo atu, ke e ki whalanglangi, pe atuku mua ke hufanga atu he talaka kato o e whonua mo e lotu, kai ata ke whinemotuani ke whamonu hoku koloa. Koe koloa peia e tonga, koe whamalo. He koe ngahi lelei ko tā pē, o tau inasi ai, koe whaaki mai, mo wha ata e o tua. Kane tae oua e ne kau mai, e ikai ke tau I he tuunga taktaha o tau iai. Whoki ek manatu ke taim tatau e tau kohili, ne liliu ek mo ui koe uhi, koe langi mo whatongia, na hiri whaki mai I ona whakalauni au koe Miss Heilala o e wawhe wawha ke wawhe wanima. Koe kakala na aku kau aki, mo e fie whewhine aki, pe I he pōni, te ulu wātu ia ki e taha o e kau whewhine hoi fua koe ni. O ikai halea ia e mo ua, ke o atu aki, e whamalo loto haunga ia mo oni, ke pot ngau e tak mamata, I e whakotu e prokalama whakaofa koe ni, ke maulawe ai. Pehe ke kau sponsor ko tape, I e tokoni whakapaanga, pea malawa ai o whakahoko lelei, ai prokalama Heilala o tauni. Hei kai foki ngalo a ki moutol kotoa kakai o Tonga. I tongani, pe hatapa pe o kolope na ke tapa mai, aki ho opopou kia te au, I e whanonga na akwhai. O kou whamalo atu, I he lotu mo I whakaloto lahi, na e mai ma aku. Oku hounga. Isa, kai whewhe e ku A-team. Kole atu ke mō lawa ke ki olunga ka taki. Soi, Salome, Ami, Manoa, Aki, Mom, my sisters, my best friend. I salute you all because it was your unwavering commitment and dedication in believing in me that brought us this far. I thank you ever so much. And to my dear mom, my 3 sisters, my 2 brothers, my best friend, and the rest of my family and friends. Thank you for being my rock and my guide. You've stood by me through thick and thin. And walked with me through my storms. I am beyond blessed by your love. As my reign as Miss Heilala concludes, I stand tall and proud to have been of service to God and the King of the Kingdom of Tonga, a proud Whewhine Tonga. O kua toi pē, e kukole whamole mole kia te kimoutolu. Ka pau na iai ha te to o whatongia ne I kai tāu, pe hoa mo mo amanaki. O kukole ho mo whamole mole, he koe tangata pe au, pe a whakangatangata hoku iwi malawa. Kana I kai tuku halelei, ko hoku tūku I ngā tā pe eni, pea tuku ke o tua mafi, kene whakakato e tōnou nou. Tala monu atu mo o whalahi ke tonga kotoa, pea ki he kauwhine mui o tauni. All the very best and good luck to you all. And don't forget to be yourself and be happy, and always remember that you are destined for greatness. O whātu, lewe lewai whāwhaa kau tatau atu. Malo.
Can we put our hands together one more time for our reigning Miss Heilala, Rachel Rutenbaum, delivering her final remarks this evening. Now it's been an amazing journey, so we're going to turn to the screen now.
Journey ahead. Malo apito Tonga and Ofalahiatu from your Miss Heilala 2024, Rachel Angelica Omanakakapu Kutsenbell.
Gentlemen, distinguished guests, we'd now like to invite our reigning Miss Heilala, Rachel Gutenbell, to take her final walk on the stage this evening. Please make her welcome tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up one more time for our reigning Miss Heilala 2024-2025, the one and only Rachel Gutenbell.
That was a very emotional walk there made by our Miss Heilala, Miss Rachel Gutenbell. She's not moving on out, she's moving up. So stay with us, we've got something that will be launched this evening, and it's very interesting and exciting to be introduced in the Heilala. Once again, we acknowledge our Miss Heilala, Rachel Gutenbell. Moving on with our program for this evening, this is one of the events that we've all been waiting for. Before we move into that, I'd like to acknowledge our panel of judges this evening. Once again, can I please just ask the judges, as we introduce you, please stand, and we will introduce you and read out a bit of info and bio that we have on you, and then we will introduce you once again before you sit down, just so that the cameras can work too and get you on camera. So I'd like to acknowledge the panel of judges this evening. Firstly, the chair lady of the panel of judges. Can I please ask the Honourable Dulcie Day. Paspasi Imai, and I kindly ask the Honourable Dulcie Day to remain standing, and we will use this for the rest of you. The Honourable Dulcie Day is the only female member in Parliament, the People's Representative for Tongatapu 6th constituency. She has served almost 30 years in a variety of schools departments in the Government Ministry of Education, as well as the Wesleyan education system. This is her third year in the Legislative Assembly, and it's her second time as chair lady of the panel of judges. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honourable Dulcie Day. Paspasi Mai.
We'll now introduce our judging panel for the Pulletaha and the Island Creations this evening, starting with judge number 1 tonight, Miss Joey Siusaya Jolene Mataele. She is the co-founder and executive director of the Tonga Ladies Association and pageant director of the Miss Galaxy Queen pageant co-founder and current chair of the Pacific Sexual Gender Diversity Network that works with 18 Pacific Islands, and also co-founder and currently the chair of the Commonwealth Equality Network that works with misogynist issues and fighting for the rights of our LGBTQ+ community in 56 Commonwealth countries around the world. She was a former Miss Heilala pageant coordinator together with Mrs. Henrietta Afiaki and Mrs. Tafolosa Corrales from 1985 to 2005. A singer, an entertainer, a fashion designer, choreographer, and the sole owner of the Joella Hiring and Event Planner. She is the Tonga Lady Association Sogist expert and HIV/STI peer educator and counsellor, and a proud single-parent trans woman who raised 3 beautiful children, and she is a proud grandmother of 5 beautiful grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your judge number 1 tonight, Miss Joy Susaya Jolene Makaele.
Introducing our second judge for this evening, Ms. Eiko Aukava. Katako paspasi mai ka pamau no e kapini Eiko Aukava. Ms. Pololina Eiko Aukava is the founder and owner of Eiko Sun, a contemporary clothing and lifestyle brand that celebrates individuality, cultural expression, and modern design. Through Eiko Sun, she has built a strong presence in the local fashion industry with a focus on quality, creativity, and empowering Pacific women. She also manages JetSafe Tawonga Travel and IATA, accredited travel agency with over 25 years of experience. Under the leadership, the agency continues to provide trusted and professional travel services to clients across the Pacific. With a passion for business, community, and cultural pride, she's honored to be a part of this year's judging panel. Ladies and gentlemen, your judge number 2, Eiko Aukava.
Judge number 3 this evening, ladies and gentlemen, is Setita Vainuku. A locally born and raised young woman, she was crowned Miss Ewa in 2023 and went on to represent her island in the Miss Heilala pageant, where she was crowned Miss Heilala 2023-2024. A God-fearing individual, she is a devoted member of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints and served as a missionary in both Brazil and New Zealand during the COVID-19 pandemic. During her reign as Miss Heilala, she joined Tonga Tourism as a staff member, assisting with the daily promotion of the Kingdom of Tonga, both locally and internationally. Through this role, she gained valuable knowledge of Tonga's culture and the tourism sector. She represented Tonga at the Miss South Pacific pageant in the Republic of Nauru, where she built strong relationships, including a positive rapport with the President of the Republic of Nauru, and was later invited to attend the country's Independence Day celebrations. She remains actively involved with the Tongan community, both at home and abroad. She is currently employed by Digicel Tonga as part of their marketing team and aspires to pursue further studies in Canberra, Australia. Her love for the Kingdom of Tonga and its people remains steadfast, and she is committed to continuing her advocacy for the kingdom. She encourages young women to participate in the Heilala Beauty Pageant and contribute to building a better future for Tonga and an asset to Tonga's tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your judge number 3, Setita Vainuku.
Introducing judge number 4 for this evening, Salome Kavaliku. Salome Kavaliku is the owner of Cells Creation, a mother-daughter duo based in Auckland, New Zealand. She hails from Kolofo'o, Hihifo, Niua, Tongatapu, and Hostea for Amotu. Cells Creation started 2 decades ago, fueled with Salome's fight against breast cancer. She's an advocate for breast cancer awareness and a proud survivor. Salome holds a bachelor's degree in health science from the Auckland University of Technology, majoring in oral health. She's a dental therapist by profession. However, this life-changing event shifted her direction and ignited her love for art and crafts. Using the only natural materials and resources, Cells Creations is the modern-day storyteller through her bespoken pieces that speak beyond what the eyes can see. telling our stories of migration, our heritage, and our culture, the influences of the Western culture and Tonga and diaspora. In pageantry world, Salome is no stranger to the Heilala stage, having backed many Heilala contestants in the previous years, the latest being our current Miss Tonga, Rachel Goodenbell. Salome and Sal's creation gained recognition within the Pacific region when she debuted at the Miss Pacific Islands 2025 in Honiara, Solomon Islands, where her contemporary island creation won first place, bringing the title back to Tonga and breaking a dry streak since 2007. Outside her professional business pageant world, she's a proud mother of 2 and a loving nana to 5 grandchildren. I'm also proudly wearing one of her creations tonight with a kie. Ladies and gentlemen, judge number 4, Salome Kavaliku.
Judge number 5 this evening in the Pulletaha and Island Creation category tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is Jessica Afayaki. Jessica Afayaki is the managing partner of the Lava Group, which is encompassing Ancient Tonga, Lava Cafe and Lava Tours Tonga, brings over a decade of experience to the tourism sector here in the Kingdom of Tonga. She has been instrumental in expanding the family business from local tours to cruise ship hosting and is currently focused on developing Tinopai's farm tours and the new visitor products for Tonga. Additionally, Ms. Afayaki serves on the board of the Tonga Tourism Authority and champions tourism private-public partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, your judge number 5 tonight. Put your hands together for Jessica Afayaki. We're going to also introduce now your judges for the interview, the stage interview component of tonight's pageant. Judge number 1, ladies and gentlemen, is Lorraine Maupasi Kauhenga. Lorraine previously worked at the Ministry of Trade and Economic Development, heading the International Trade Division of the Ministry, but over 15 years of work experience in the government and also some consultancy work. She is now working for Market Development Facility as a business advisor, focusing in yacht tourism and agriculture mechanization. She was recently appointed the non-executive director to Tonga's Utilities Board. Lorraine is from Tuaniki Vale Vava'o and Holopeka Ha'apai. This is your judge number 1, Lorraine Maupasi Kauhenga.
Introducing your judge number 2 for the stage interview this evening, Selita Valu. Paspasi mai ko tau kamau hono he Selita Valu. Selita is the head of School of Tourism and Hospitality at the Tonga National University, a seasoned leader with over 27 years of experience in Tonga's aviation, hospitality and education sectors. Her professional journey began with the Friendly Island Airways and continued through Royal Tongan Airlines, including leadership roles at Air Pacific, which is now Fiji Airways. Beyond academia, Selita has contributed meaningfully to the tourism industry as a businesswoman, establishing ventures that honor cultural hospitality and foster regional entrepreneurship. Her entrepreneurial path reflects a quiet dedication to community and connection through tourism. She holds a qualification in business administration, which grounds her long-standing commitment to cultural leadership, education, and enterprise. With prior experience on the Heilala pageant judging panel, Selita brings a thoughtful perspective shaped with reverence, with heritage, and a heartfelt belief in the value and strength of Tongan womanhood. Ladies and gentlemen, judge number 2, Selita Valu.
Judge number 3 this evening, ladies and gentlemen, in the interview category is Wayne Madden. Wayne Madden is a seasoned finance and business consultant with over 50 years of experience transforming businesses across the Australasian and Pacific Island regions. His diverse background includes serving as a financial controller, chief executive officer, and organization services director, making him a very sought-after advisor for both the private and public sector organizations. Currently, Wayne is engaged by the National Reserve Bank of Tonga as a chartered accountant. Let's put our hands together for our current judge, Wayne Madden.
And lastly, for our panel of judges this evening, it's an honor to introduce to you all Ofakilevuka Louise Gudenbell Likliki, judge number 4. Ofa Gudenbell Likliki is a proud Tongan leader. She's a legal advocate and a change maker. She leads a powerhouse team at the Women and Children's Crisis Centre, Whiwhinetoa, working to uplift women and children's mental well-being, leadership, inclusion, and engagement at decision-making tables from grassroots to national spaces. A sought-after adaptive leadership trainer and public speaker, she was invited to deliver at the prestigious Mitchell Oration in 2022. Ofa is known for her fearless voice, powerful storytelling, and deep passion for guiding young women to lead with strength, pride, and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, your judge, Ofakilevuka Louise Gudenbell Likliki.
And with Miss Heilala every year, it's important that we have a team of scrutineers to ensure that the process is accountable and transparent, and that all of our judges are following correct procedures. So tonight I'd like to introduce our 4 scrutineers this evening. First we have Ainise Paletua, who is the business manager of the Bank of the South Pacific. Our second scrutineer this evening is the head of retail at the Bank of the South Pacific, Mele Lili Koka. And we also have 2 representatives of the MBF Bank, or the Melanesian Borneo Financial Bank, Niroshan Di Sanayake and Rashini Sennadareth.
Moving on this evening, we're just going to run you through some details which is important for our judging events for this evening. Firstly is the Pulletaha. The dress code for Pulletaha is 2 pieces, a dress and tupenu. The criteria that will be used to judge: the word count for the Pulletaha description to not exceed 300 words, the creativity and originality, cultural authenticity, the fit and tailoring, and also the visual impact, elegance, and 5th will be the overall presentation.
The Pulletaha category aims at showcasing the beauty of the Ta'ahine Tonga by wearing a beautiful, creative and fashionable Pulletaha that has a touch of our Tongan and Pacific design and kupesi. The Pulletaha must be displayed at least 2 hours before the day of the event for the judges to have a closer observation of the piece. If the assigned time is not met, there will be a deduction of 1 point. The contestant receiving the highest total score following the marking system will be awarded the Best Pulletaha Award.
The prizes for the Pulletaha, the winner will take away 1,000 cash pa'anga. First runner-up with 700 pa'anga, and the second runner-up with 500 pa'anga.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn our eyes to the screens right now and just want to take a moment to acknowledge our Heilala elite sponsors this evening here at Tonga National Stadium.
Lele, my name is Siniva Ku'ulena Violetito Avao. I hail from the villages of Lotofoa, Bangai Ha'apai, Palevai, and Ofu. And I am proudly representing Miss SNS USA 2025. And I am your contestant number 5.
Malo Lele. My name is Talita Fainga'a. I am from the beautiful island of Avao. Mihi aloi talau, lotone yafu. Fa moi pakiotui oi kolokakala. Lolo paongo, kolofahina, uiha hapai. I'm representing Miss Carnival Club Charity Vavao. I'm your contestant number 6.
Malolele. My name is Malia Totepi
NUKU'ALOFA Boutique Hotel, Sunshine Rental Cars, Spare Part Zone Tonga, ASCO Motors, Heilala Gold sponsors, sponsoring 3,000 pa'anga and above, Australian High Commission Office, Leata Boutique Gift Shop, Palestini or Tonga Tourist Association, Saya Moihau, Heilala Silver sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 pa'anga and above, House 88 Tonga, Tahi Tonga, Universal Pharmacy, Tali Eva Bar, Lay Sign, Ancient Tonga and Lava Group, Evergreen Restaurant, Young's Kitchen Restaurant, Builders Burger, Seaview Lodge, NUKU'ALOFA Beach Resort, Tonga China Federation, MF Tamoepeau Building, Heilala Bronze sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 Tongan pa'anga and above, Eco Sun Clothing, Jet Save Travel, Very Popular Cars, Lida Quarry, Liu Guest House, Heilala Platinum sponsors, sponsoring 5,000 Tongan pa'anga and above, the NUKU'ALOFA Boutique Hotel, Sunshine Rental Cars, Spare Part Zone Tonga, ASCO Motors, Heilala Gold sponsors, sponsoring 3,000 pa'anga and above, Australian High Commission Office, Leata Boutique Gift Shop, Palestini or Tonga Tourist Association, Saya Moihau, Heilala Silver sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 pa'anga and above, House 88 Tonga, Tahi Tonga, Universal Pharmacy, Tali Eva Bar, Lay Sign, Ancient Tonga and Lava Group, Evergreen Restaurant, Young's Kitchen Restaurant, Builders Burger, Seaview Lodge, NUKU'ALOFA Beach Resort, Tonga China Federation, MF Tamoepeau Building, Heilala Bronze sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 Tongan pa'anga and above, Eco Sun Clothing, Jet Save Travel, Very Popular Cars, Lida Quarry, Liu Guest House, the Heilala Festival, celebrating culture and unity. Mahalo Aupito for your continued support and friendship, a partnership that strengthens our people and future with shared purpose.
Hoi ka mo kai nga mo paspasi mai ngai business si de mga kautaha. O no po mai ka no pakahoko atu kuia o te auhi piri hoi pua ai Miss Heilala o tauni. Ladies and gentlemen, the time you've all been waiting for, we are now going to commence our Pulletaha category this evening. Our judges and scrutineers are at the ready as we prepare now to introduce our contestants. We'll introduce the contestant, they will introduce themselves, and then as they begin their walk on our stage this evening, we'll begin the description of their Pulletaha this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, though, let's give it up now for contestant number one this evening, the one and only Miss Lady Maria Tonga, Australia.
Maloelele, guests of honor, panel of judges, Pacific Queens, ladies and gentlemen. God and Tonga are a part of my heritage. I would like to pay my respects to our ancestors who paved the way, to our knowledgeable elders, and to our aspiring, promising, emerging future. Ko hoko hingoa, ko Annalie Pisa, tanu vasa chauli. I'm 22 years young. I hail from the beautiful village of Kolomotua. I come from a family of Mate Alona, and I reside on the central coast of Sydney, Australia. I am a proud aged care nurse, as well as a Polynesian entertainer with Spirit of the Islands. I also advocate strongly towards ending domestic, family, sexual violence, as well as the inhumane act of human trafficking. Please know it is okay to not be okay. Remember, you can confide in the Lord, as well as reach out to our community services and organizations like here in Tonga, working with women and children. 24/7, I am a proud sister of my 4 baby brothers, Joseph, Leland, Jordan, and Josiah. So I do not stand here before you only to embrace my Tongan heritage, but to use this platform to share a message and to learn some cultural knowledge so that I can pass that down to our future. Because celebrating our heritage and shaping our future is not just a theme, but a lifestyle so that we can preserve and protect. I stand before you humbly as Miss Tonga Australia. Malo, malo, malo opito o fa'atu.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your contestant.
Inviting on the stage, we have contestant number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Miss Pangaimotu Island, Sosiana Patricia Lavolo Robert Taumoepeau.
Malo lele, my name is Siosiana Patricia Lavulu Robert Tamoepeau, Miss Pangaimotu Island. Today I am honored to be wearing Miss Vila Couture, and I'm very excited to share this with you tonight. Malo apito.
Miss Pangaimotu Island, Sosiana Patricia Lavolo Robert Taumoepeau. Tonight, Josiana wears a daringly bold red pulletaha featuring an elegantly draping pulu cape, paying homage to the royal family whilst expressing the valuable character that comes along with nobility. Proverbs 31 speaks highly of a godly woman, describing her as a woman of virtue who can also be recognized as a wife of noble. The noble characteristics, just as the Bible highlights how important it is for a woman to be virtuous. This vivid red dress accentuates the importance of noble character. The color of this multifunctional not only portraying the bold character a woman should hold, as described in Proverbs, but it also holds a silver lining with our beautiful country's flag. A bold red was chosen by Tupo I to display our gratitude to our Lord and our Savior for offering his body and blood on the cross, paving the way to our salvation. The King chose this color for our flag in a gesture to pledge our nation's allegiance to the King of Kings, Jesus Christ, as Josiana contributes her participation in the Miss Heilala of 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you your contestant number 2, Miss Pangaimotu Island, Josiana Patricia Lavulo Robert Tawonga.
Continuing in the Pulletaha category this evening, our next contestant to grace the stage, ladies and gentlemen, is contestant number 3, Miss Tonga Tapua Pungala'au Elizabeth Amanaki Mafi.
Maloelele Tonga Kotoa. My name is Pungala'au Elizabeth Amanaki Mafi, and I am your Miss Tonga Tapua. I would like to give a shout out to Fit Life Tonga and Tonga Judo Association that has immensely impacted my theme for today. Malo.
Liniana Olie, ko fafafongai, ai Miss Hapai Masani, wanoa wanima, ko tali talelei ki mautolo e fiafini, malo o falahi atu.
I he lolotongani tonga whariari ai taha kau whiau hiki he Miss Heilala Tawanoa awani ma i kai ngatai hako ki palparema wha teknikare he lolotongani ke taunga i mea ngāwe wha rongo reo lahi ka i he time ta tau ke whenga pe ai kau ngāwe o e whareni
Contestant number 4 from Pulletaha, Miss Hapai Masani,
Continue, ladies and gentlemen, with our Pulletaha category this evening. And again, the judges have a very difficult job of marking all of our amazing contestants this evening. Next, we'd like to welcome to the stage contestant number 5, Miss SNS USA, Siniva Kolena Violetti Tuavao.
Hello. Malolele. Ko hoku hingoa, ko Ko siniva ku'ulena vaileti to'avau. Pea kua fia mohonga ia ke whakapupongai a Miss SNS USA ua noa ua nima. Malo.
Love Charity Vava'u, Miss Talita Painga'a.
Malo elelei, ko kohingoa ko Talita Vikatolia Eseta Mola Fainga'a. I'm proudly representing Miss Garden of Love Charity Vava'u. Malo.
Whatuloa tu kai tuku, ke uhawa tu pia mohoto ki Pulletaha, pia mei he lolo a halai walu. Isa, e tuku awhe e te laukau aki hota te unga whaafonua, ka koe Pulletaha ki e hou eki whawhine. Neu whiri ke Pulletaha lan pinki mai. Isa, ai lanu o yanga malu. Nonga, pia moe fie marie. Kai huluni ake amanak lelei ki anoiha. Aia, o tala e to ai la a, i he fiafi malu, i he tafalangi. Ko e kofu o kungani aki a e ngahi whi, pea to e whakawei aki e fo i wha i kawei koula, ka ko e pouturiki molmalu ai nofo ai whawhine tonga. O to e toa mai e tau kupesi to e lau wheretoa, pea mei he whatawhata mawhana, ke kau i hono vee aki si oku Pulletahani. Io, ke uno o loto e kupesi tuk whaoloni, pea whatai peia ki e mahu inga hota tuk whaholo hou e whawhine. Oku whaha mahino ke au ai whawhotunga, pea ke molu malu, o tatau pe ko whea wheituu oku te iai. Ki whale lotu, pe koe ngawe anga, pe ko haka toanga ai tonga. O ko mau haloto fia, ke te tui ki ai hoto Pulletaha koeni. O tatau pe i he wala formal, smart casual, pe ko whahinga ka toanga pe. Ko hoto kie, oku contemporary. Aia koe kie, pe koe tauwala, o nehanga o whakawhai ke hei ai tonga, me he toenga ko ia o mamani. Koe hingoa o e Pulletahani, koe amanaki lelei, pea nai tukunga i eni, pea mei he tamaiki o loto ne iafu, pea mei vava'u. Hangene u lawe ki ai koe Pulletaha koe ni, lawe atu i peka wheituu, ki whare lotu, koe ngawe anga, haka toanga pei tongani. O kou mau haloto fia, ke tui ki ai ai Pulletaha koe ni, hange pe koe ia koe whawhotunga atu. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you contestant number 6, Miss Current of Love Charity Vava'u, Miss Talita Whainga'a.
O ko lele mai me he mapo avaya mo e funga mahu e wha. O ko whiawhia ke o whakawhangai I Miss Takeaway Creation ua whewanima. Maloa pito.
Contestant number 7, Miss Takeaway Creation, Maria Toitepi Tonga Uiha. Ko e Pulletaha Creation o Miss Takeaway Creation, Wafe Wanima. Kia sisi fale ai Miss Takeaway he ewhiawhini. Ko lahi hake he tau e te ao tupu, hono te eki ke toe ngauhi ha sisi fale. Oku tauhi he ngahi misiume ke kehe I mā mani, ha ngahi sisi fale pea mei tongani. Pea hi ewhiawhini, oku au veke veke, ke toe whakamo ui mai e ngahi ilo, mo ngā ue o ho tau kakai I ono aho, ke tau toi ngā auhi e ngāhi koloani. O ku whakakakato aki hoku te unga, ha helu tuu hoa pe ki he sisi whare. The Pulletaha creation for Miss Takeaway Creation tonight was made from our traditional clothing material, wheta aki, or white tapa, and it is decorated with hibiscus fibre. The two colours of the hibiscus fibres are the results of traditional soak and dye methods and also boiling in tea and sand. The long sleeves of her dress is a reminder to dress respectfully, and the length of her tupenu is to cover her ankles. The entire Pulletaha presents an image of the blowholes blowing. The braiding of the hibiscus is to depict the thunder of the blowholes. Small sea pennies or money shells were hand sewn on top as imagery of the blowing sea water. Let me remove my cape so I can reveal my waistwear. Tied around my waist is a sisi fale. For over 100 years, this is the first attempt of making this traditional koloa of ours. There's sisi fale from the Kingdom of Tonga that are being kept at various museums around the world. But tonight, I am proud to revive one of our ancestors' artistry and creativity. May we continue to revive our stories and knowledge of our forefathers. My Pulletaha is completed with a helu tu'u, or a comb accessory, a common accessory of a Tongan woman. Malo Aupito from Miss Takeaway Creation 2025, your contestant number 7, Malia Toitepi Tonga Wiha. Ladies and gentlemen,
sponsoring 5,000 Tongan Pa'anga and above. The Kongakava Boutique Hotel. Sunshine Rental Cars. Spare Part Zone Tonga. Heilala Platinum sponsors. Sponsoring 5 Pa'anga and above. The Kongakava Boutique Hotel. Sunshine Rental Cars. Spare Part Zone Tonga. Asco Motors. Heilala Gold sponsors, sponsoring 3,000 Pa'anga and above. Australian High Commission Office. Leata Boutique Gift Shop. Palestini or Tonga Tourist Association. Saya Moihau. Heilala Silver sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 Pa'anga and above. House 88 Tonga. Tahi Tonga. Universal Pharmacy. Tali Eva Bar. Lay Sign. Ancient Tonga and Lava Group, Evergreen Restaurant, Young's Kitchen Restaurant, Builder's Burger, Seaview Lodge, NUKU'ALOFA Beach Resort, Tonga China Federation, MF Tamoepeau Building, Heilala Bronze sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 Tongan Pa'anga and above, Eco Sun Clothing, Jet Save Travel, very popular cars, Leader.
Right now, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, we're in the presence this evening of some other reigning, we've got reigning Miss Samoa, reigning Pacific Islands, and reigning Miss Cook Islands tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to make our Miss Cook Islands feel very, very welcome. On the count of 3, can we all say a big kia orana? 1, 2, 3.
Kia orana!
Oh, come on, Tonga, we could do better than that. On the count of 3, can everyone say kia orana? 1, 2, 3. Kia orana e aira hoki tātou ki te kuki airani. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go to the beautiful Cook Islands. Let's welcome Miss Cook Islands, Ngā te Pareo Marie Mawate. For Miss Heilala 2025, let's give it up for Miss Cook Islands. Miss Cook Islands i te pōnei.
Before we move on to our next judging event for this evening, we now take this time to acknowledge the crown which will be bestowed on Miss Heilala 2025-2026. And we'd like to acknowledge Pehoko Arts, who have been generous in sponsoring the crowns for the past few years up to present. Stephen Pehoko and Pehoko Arts. So we now turn our attention to a video of the making of our crown. Generously donate the Heilala crown year by year, and once again the crown for 2025-2026. Moving on this evening, we have the sixth judging event, which is the island creation, and also continuing after that is the seventh judging event, which is the stage interview. So how it'll work this evening, the sixth judging event, will be conducted simultaneously, and each contestant will complete their walk on the stage, and we will be reading out the descriptions of their island creations from 1 to 7, and after that we will move to the stage to conduct their stage interviews. The island creation criteria do take note for the dress code, contemporary island creation. Criteria, the word count for description of costumes not to exceed 300 words. Elegance, poise and beauty. Suitability of the island creation, the creativity of the design, the utilization of natural resources and materials found in Tonga, and number 5, the overall impression it leaves.
Island creation competitions require a balance of traditional elements and creativity, and judges use a combination of criteria to assess the costumes. The costume must be displayed at least 2 hours before the day of the event for the judges to have a closer observation of the creation. If the assigned time is not met, there will be a deduction of 1 point. The contestant receiving the highest total score in accordance with the marking system will be awarded the Best Contemporary Island Creation Award.
The prizes for Contemporary Island Creation, the winner will take away 2,000 pa'anga. The first runner-up with 1,500 pa'anga and the second runner-up with 1,000 pa'anga.
The seventh judging category is the stage interview criteria, which will immediately follow the island creation. The dress code for the interview remains island creation. The criteria will be number 1, knowledge of subject matter and quality of response. Number 2, communication skills, clear and concise. Number 3, poise and stage presence. Number 4, confidence. And number 5, overall presentation.
The stage interview is the final category for the contestants to demonstrate their wit, their character, depth and intellectual abilities. They are required to answer a final question for which she will not know ahead of time and demonstrate her ability to communicate clearly and confidently and answer to that specific question. Judges will evaluate her overall presentation.
So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we're going to introduce now the Island Creation category this evening. And again, we pass over to the judges and the scrutineers for this category. Our first contestant to grace the stage in the Island Creation category, put your hands together for Miss Lady Maria Tonga, Australia, Anali Pisa Talovasa Choli.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite on the stage Miss Pangaimotu Island, Susiana, Patricia, Lavulo, Robert, Taumoy Piao.
Seen a lot of women, but God took his time on you. Pretty brown skin girl, pretty as shit.
Today I'm here with my uncle who will introduce himself.
Yes, my name is Earl Emerson. Tonga name is Siori Pangia, and I'm the son of Matilda Emerson, and I've been here for 56 years at Pangaimotu. The outfit that we created for Miss Pangaimotu is made of pau and pueki. The pau that we made the outfit from was from the tree that we escaped to after the, during the tsunami, we escaped to this pau tree in the middle of the island. And after all that, we harvested the pau from the tree and made when she wanted to become Miss Pangamotu, we used a pouch to make the outfit. The pueki that come from Tapahi in New Tapu. When we heard that she wanted to to be the Miss Pangamotu, we sent a message to our family in New Tapu to gather the pueki shells and then created the outfit. It took them a few weeks to handcraft this beautiful outfit. It's a collector's item, antique, not seen nowadays too much. Kuyepe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Pangaimotu Island, Sosiana Patricia, Labulo, Robert Daume Piao.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we're continuing tonight with our Island Creation category. And we're now going to move now to our contestant number 3. Let's welcome to the stage Miss Tonga Tapuua, Fungala'au, Elizabeth Amanaki Mafi. Tonga Tapua's island creation is named the Blue Dot of the Pacific Moana. The Blue Dot of the Pacific Moana was designed by Ms. Moala Faivailo of the Moana's creation as a distinctive style that symbolizes a nation that resets following a volcanic eruption, tsunami waves, and features colors of the vibrant nature of our people. Hunga Tonga, Hunga Ha'apai, and our islands of Tonga are small and insignificant in the vastness of the Pacific Moana. Koe te unga o Miss Tonga Tapuua, koe manatu i aho
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for contestant number 4, Miss Hapai Masani, Miss Andi Liliani Olie.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our next contestant to grace the stage in our island creation is your contestant number 5, Miss SNS USA, Siniva Kulena Violeti Tuavao.
Ladies and gentlemen, contestant number 6 for this evening, Miss Current of Love, Charity Vava'u, Miss Talita Fainga'a. Miss Current of Love, Charity Vava'u, Miss Talita Fainga'a. Tulou, tulou. Kohotovala Island Creation, na ingauhi pia whakahingoa pe ia e hingahi kaunga ko moe maheni, koe kumi ofa. Isa, koe kofunio ko ngaia e ua. Aia koe konga ki olunga, moe konga ki lalo. Koe konga koia ki lalo, o ku tui tui prapiva fiesta, hatahine Spaini. He ko vava'u o kuiai ho mautala pia mo Spaini. Koe piva fiesta koe ni, na ngauhi akia ai whalavala lo akau uli, au noa, ai na e kosi o pao akia ai piva lo loa koe ni. Koe whalavala koe ni, koe lalanga pe ni he whangakui, pia na e tui pio ai pia moe kuta mo moho, aia nai o mai koto ai ni pia mei he hihipo o vava'u. Na e whatapa aki ai piva, ai wheta aki hine hina. Na e whakapa aia pia mei he aloi talau. Koe konga ki olunga o e kofu, koe kofu wana. Koe wana kotoa nai halu kotoa ia pe mei he whau ne tā, pe tata o ia i waipua. O ku whono, pe pito aki ai wana, aki ai lopa, pe mei he fu lopa o kulata ai ai taula, ko turi vota i mo unga talau. Ko hoku no o loto. Koe lai paongo nai o mai e ni he whangawha e, pia mei tānea, o nau kohi tuu mai pe ki loto ne iafu, te lia ai whatongia. Koe kahoa, koe lopa i pena e whamomoho pia tui, pia whiwhi ke whenā pasi pia mohoto te unga. Koe uhi, ke ilongo fua kita e hataha, o ku kumi ofa i ha pō mahina i loto ne iafu. Ko hok tek te ki, o ku kātoi ai tu aniu, koe whau pia moe lai paongo, o fungani aki e lopa pia moe wana. Koe kotoa hotovala kumi o fani, ne whakamisia ni e Gary Lavaki pia mei loto ne iafu, pia ngahi e silioti bave, pe he ki a ku ipo whakatawa pia mei he aloi talau. Si oto ofa atu. Miss Current of Love, Charity Vava'u, Miss Talita Whainga'a, your contestant number 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, that now brings us to our final contestant in our Island Creation category this evening. Put your hands together for contestant number 7, Miss Tikaway, Island Creation. First look, it took her to her second look, which is the Tawonga display. This is a traditional Tongan ceremonial wedding gown with mats. My attire wishes to revive ancient knowledge of weaving from both Tonga and Samoa. This reflects Gentlemen, we are going to call our
While our contestants take there and they prepare themselves for the next judging event, which is the stage interview, we would like to continuously thank the donors and also the partners, businesses who have come through to make 2025 Heilala happen. In the Heilala Supreme, we would like to acknowledge the Government of Tonga through the Ministry of Tourism and Tonga Tourism Authority, Tonga Tourist Association and Fiji Airways.
We'd also like to acknowledge our Heilala elite sponsors tonight. That's the BSB Bank, the MBF Bank, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, the Ministry of Education and Training, Wehoko Arts and Tours, Neo Sound, Little Italy Hotel and Restaurant, Waterfront Restaurant, the Tānoa International Dayline Hotel, Digicel Group Limited, and the New Zealand High Commission.
The Heilala Platinum, we'd like to acknowledge the Kongakava Boutique Hotel, the Sunshine Rental Cars, Spare Parts Zone, and the Esco Motos.
Our Heilala Gold sponsors this year includes the Australian High Commission Office in NUKU'ALOFA, Leata Boutique Gift Shop, and the Palestini, or the President of the Tonga Tourist Association, Saya Moihau.
In Heilala Silver, we have House 88 Tonga, Tahi Tonga Universal Pharmacy, Tali Eva Bar, Lay Sign, Ancient Tonga and Lava Group, Evergreen Restaurant, Young's Kitchen Restaurant, Builders Burger, Seaview Lodge, NUKU'ALOFA Beach Resort, Tonga China Federation, MF Tamoipeau Building.
And in the Heilala Bronze sponsors this evening, we'd like to acknowledge Acor Sand Clothing, Jet Save Travel, Very Popular Cars, Leader Quarry and Lille Guest House tonight.
We'll now take a look on the screen as we thank some of our sponsors while we set up for your next event, which is the stage interview.
We are proud to introduce
Heilala Platinum sponsors, sponsoring 5,000 Tongan Pa'anga and above. The Kongakava Boutique Hotel, Sunshine Rental Cars, Spare Part Zone Tonga, Asco Motors. Heilala Gold sponsors, sponsoring 3,000 Pa'anga and above. Australian High Commission Office, Leata Boutique Gift Shop, Palestini or Tonga Tourist Association, Saya Moihau. Heilala Silver sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 Pa'anga and above. House 88 Tonga, Tahi Tonga, Universal Pharmacy, Tali Eva Bar, Lay Sign, Ancient Tonga and Lava Group, Evergreen Restaurant, Young's Kitchen Restaurant, Builders Burger, Seaview Lodge, NUKU'ALOFA Beach Resort, Tonga China Federation, MF Tamoipeau Building. Heilala Bronze sponsors, sponsoring 1,000 Tongan Pa'anga and above. EcoSun Clothing, JetSave Travel, Very Popular Cars, Lida Quarry, Liu Guest House.
We're now going to move on to the last judging category of tonight's program. Te tau hoko ato le vaeni ki he taha foki e konga whaumui taha o e ngahi konga I polokalama o whakamau I e kau whakamau e whiawhini. Ai a koe tale whehui, koe interview. This is the stage interview this evening. The way it will work, we will call out the contestants onto the stage one by one. They will select a pre-prepared question from our kumete here on the stage. They'll pass it to myself or Salote. We will read them the question and they will need to respond according to the criteria that we read out a little bit earlier. So without any further ado, let's welcome our first contestant on the stage. Put your hands together for Miss Lady Maria Tonga, Australia, Anali Pisa Tanuvasa Choli. Annalie, welcome to the stage. Would you kindly pick a question from our komete this evening? And Salote will hand you the mic, and I will read the question twice tonight. The question is on the topic of tourism. As an ambassador for Tonga, how would you promote our unique culture and traditions to international visitors? I'll read that one more time. As an ambassador for Tonga, how would you promote our unique culture and traditions to international visitors?
Me being present here tonight is a clear example of promoting Tonga to the world. People have told me that Miss Heilala is a small pageant, but it's not. It's broadcasted all over the world because Tongans have traveled all over the world. And what I love is that no matter what country you're in, you know when you've passed a Tongan. They wear it with pride, they speak with humility. The way that I would promote Tonga is through dancing, which is one way I already currently do. I'm also trying to learn the Tongan language. Unfortunately, I am not fluent, but this is one way of preserving and promoting it, not only to myself, but to others around me, is learning my language, practicing the Tawonga. And though I live in Australia, I'm not ashamed to say that I am Tongan. And I think what's unique is that I may only be a quarter, 10%, a millimeter. It doesn't matter what percentage you are Tongan. You need to speak it with pride, walk with pride, say, I am Tongan. The way that we use the Tongan pillars of our culture, loyalty, compassion, maintaining, cultivating relationships, having whakaapapa, respect not only to our elders, but to our youth. I will try my best, despite or regardless of the outcome tonight, to continue promoting Tonga to the world through social media, through personal relationships and so forth. Malo pito, ofatu.
Malo Aupito, Miss Lady Maria Tonga, Australia. Put your hands together for Anali Pisa Tanubasa Choli.
Ladies and gentlemen, our contestant number 2 for Miss Heilala 2025, Miss Pangai Motu Sosiena, Patricia Labolo Tamoy Piao, Paspasi Mai. Ms. Pangaimotu, your question is on mental health. I'll read it twice before you answer. Why is it important to talk openly about mental health in Tonga? Why is it important to talk openly about mental health in Tonga?
Mahalo Pito. It is important to talk about mental health in Tonga because what stays in the dark can't be fixed, acknowledged, addressed, or discussed. So although it is vulnerable, I admit, to share about the struggles that you face in your heart, in your mind, and in your soul, it's important for us, again, to come together as a people and be understanding on both ends. 1, in sharing, and 2, in receiving. In order for our youth, as well as for all generations, to continue to grow and develop and strive for a better Tonga, we need to be able to be open to all channels of communication, whether online or in person, in our homes, our workplace, our churches, and our schools. So I encourage all of our, this younger generation coming up, but as well as our teachers and our leaders and our government leaders to lead by example and to be courageous in the fact that you're not alone, and our people and our stories will encourage us and inspire us. These testimonies that have grounded us in our faith and in our history, we need to remember what's been done. And what's amazing is that our country is rooted in faith, in the God of the Bible. And what I encourage you all to do is to remember that, rally each other, and remember that we serve a God that will never fail us. So, malo pito and ofalahiatu.
Ladies and gentlemen, your contestant number 2 for this evening, Ms. Pangaimotu Sosiana Patricia Lavulo Taumoy Piao.
Continuing on, ladies and gentlemen, in our stage interview this evening, I'd like to call upon contestant number 3, Ms. Tongatapuua Fungala'au Elizabeth Amanaki Mafi. So once again, the question will be read twice. The topic for you tonight is culture. And the question is, if you had to describe Tonga's greatest cultural strength to the world, what would it be and why? I'll read that again. If you had to describe Tonga's greatest cultural strength to the world, what would it be and why?
Tonga's cultural strength is pride. We can see it through our rugby teams. We can see it through our netball teams. We can see it through our culture dances. Pride is in our hearts. Pride is in our maufana. Pride is in our culture because it is important that we support each other, that we are proud to be Tongans, that we are proud to go and scream out for our nation, no matter where we are. Because even though we are humble, even though we are loving, we are still proud to be Tongan as Christians and as strong warriors of God. And that is the most cultural value that we own. Malo pito.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ms. Tongatapuua Fungala'au Elizabeth Amanaki Mafi.
Our contestant number 4 for this evening, welcome on stage for her stage interview, Ms. Hapai Masani Ati Liniana Olie. Ms. Hapai Masani, your question is on sports. I'll read it twice, and I'm happy to do it in Tongan too, if you'd like. Tonga? Okay. So your question on sports is, what skills can a young person learn from playing sports that will help them become a strong leader? Ms. Hapai Masani ko whehui, ko hanai hangai tau kei, i ho tuunga, ko tau tupu koe whanua, te ke ako pia mei he sipoti, aia tene toko ni i koe, ki o hoko koe take whanua. Te toi aia pe ho whehui, ko hanai hangahi le soni, pe ko hangahi tau kei, te ke to'o pia mei he sipoti, e tokoni, ki ho hoko koe tau tupu, ka koe taki o Tonga.
Malo o pito e mau whehui. Ko tui koe le soni te wako me he sipoti, koe mo i lelei. Koe taimini whoki Tonga ni, ku lahi e kau maha maha ki, u whanga whakatapu. Pea o ku pēkataha pe le soni, ko whemau ke wako me he sipoti, te whanga whai ai sipoti ke whanau i ki, ko nau inga ke nau alko ke nau fulahi, pe ko nau matuotua, ke nau maua mo i lelei, pa te taiminga te nau maua mo i lelei, te nau hokai ko ngahi taki lelei i he whanua, ko ia pe malo, o whalai atu.
Paspasi i mai, Hapai Masani, Miss Ati, Iliane Olie, mwene peho i koia i he sipoti.
Malawito Salote will afford a few moments to our judges to compile their scores before we move on to our next contestant. We hope you're enjoying the Miss Heilala Festival of 2025 right here in the heart of the royal capital, NUKU'ALOFA, here in the Kingdom of Tonga. We also want to acknowledge our viewers tuning in, not only here throughout the kingdom, but also through the world, through the Tonga Broadcasting Commission, TV Tonga, Broadcom Broadcasting 87.5 FM, and also the syndicated 27 Pacific countries receiving our broadcast through New Zealand's Pacifica TV. Māloho mo mea mai, be whakamaloto mo kao mai, ke tau whiao me whalongo aki, i polokalamakuia ai whiri Miss Hoi Hoi Fua, Miss Heilala o Wawhi Wanima.
We'd also like to acknowledge our guest of honor this evening, who's still with us, the Honourable Minister of Tourism and also Justice, Moalefi Now. Our distinguished guests this evening, we have here the ambassadors of China and also Japan, and Your Excellency, the Australian High Commissioner. Thank you all for staying along with us.
Let's move now to contestant number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Miss S&S USA, Seniva Ku'ulena Violeti Tuavao. So the topic of your question, and I'll read it twice, is labour shortages. The seasonal work scheme provides income for families, but Tonga is now facing shortages in key sectors like tourism. How should Tonga strike a balance between supporting overseas opportunities and protecting our local workforce? I'll read that again, it's a very long question. The topic is labour shortages, and the question reads, the seasonal work scheme provides income for families, but Tonga is now facing shortages in key sectors like tourism. How should Tonga strike a balance between supporting overseas opportunities and protecting our local workforce?
Thank you for your question. In order to keep the balance for labor shortage, my advice to Tonga would be to raise the minimum wage in order to keep people here within the country. I see it as no reason for our own people to go out overseas to work in other countries, laboring for other countries, when we have a country of our own to take care of. I think that it is very important if our government were to take action and to listen to what the people have to say, listen to their wants and listen to their needs. And in order to try and balance that out, I suggest that they would not make it more strict, but kind of change the way they allow people to go overseas, like for example through the visas, to kind of make it more strict, to where there's only a particular group of people who can go overseas, where it's not accessible to just everybody from ages 18 and up. I feel that people working overseas, they don't need everybody in Tonga. Tonga needs our own people. Koyape malo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Miss SNS USA, Seniva Ku'ulena Violeti Tu'avao. That is our contestant number 5 this evening in the stage interview. We'll afford a few moments to our judging panel to compile their scores and their comments. And a reminder, of course, this is our final judging category this evening. We did start earlier in the week with the pre-pageant interview, Salote, and we've had other programs. We've had Tuesday night, we had Wednesday night, the Tawonga. There's been a whole range of categories. Tonight's the final evening, and all those scores will be revealed later this evening.
Yes, and that's another thing that everyone is waiting out for. None of these scores have been released or any of it, so it's quite interesting. And I know there's a lot of people out there, well, I think everyone's out there awaiting all these results, so it's exciting to wait out for. At the same time, just reminding Lawe Iloa Ola and also Tongans who are in Tonga that tomorrow will be the Give Back concert. It's happening here, and this is one of the highlights for Heilala Week 2025. We have our Tongan talented artists overseas who are returning to give back to you through entertainment. So do join them tomorrow. If you haven't got your ticket, do go over to Digicel Tonga in NUKU'ALOFA, purchase your ticket. I heard they're sold out with the VIP, which is a ground area, but on top, 30 pa'anga, 40 pa'anga, they're still selling it. Moving on to our next contestant, I am happy to announce Miss Current of Love Charity Vava'u Talita Vigatolia Eseta Moala Whainga'a. Paspasi mai Miss Charity of Love Vava'u. Miss Current of Love Charity Vava'u, your question is on technology. I'll read it twice before you answer. What advice would you give young people to stay safe online? Your question reads, what advice would you give young people to stay safe online?
Technology, ukita mo'oi a taimi o kulahe teknolosia, social media. But in this digital world, I believe that we should remain strong. Pia mo e tau kaweinga koe whakaapa-apa. Oku whaingata age tau mo ui whakaapa-apa I he ngau e aki ai social media, especially in technology. Ka hoka technology is a tools. Ka wanga whewhe e tau ngau e aki a. Ka whakalotolahe koe ke young people. Ko mea ke tau manatu I, behind every screen is a real person. Pag mau inga ko tope ko he tau lea, ko tau post ko tope, ko tau kamata pe ke tau whahako hanga I lea I he social media, mono ngā ake technology, tau whakaukau. Ko haina e awheki ni, e tau tukui fo nai hataha I ngai mea ko tau whakauko ko ni. It's something that we should remain and manatu I maupe. E tau hoko ko tangata I Tonga, ko whewhine I Tonga, o ku tau manatu I maupe tau whahe kawe kola. Neo ngoi pepo koi hae ngai teknolosia, o ku nau tau mo oi I ha taimi o ku fast changing world whaingata e ke tau mapulei a ki tau tolu. Ka e tam te tau manatu e ki tau tolu, te tau lava pe o mapulei, a ngai lea, o ngai mea ko tau pe te tau lava whakao ngai. Pa koi tali pe ko whai malo au pito.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Current of Love, Charity Vava'u Talita Vigatolia Eseta Moala Whainga'a.
And of course, that's our second last contestant for the stage interview tonight. Only one contestant left to go and only one question remaining in our Tongan cover bowl here on the stage. Allowing our judges a few moments to finalise their comments and their scores before we move on to our final contestant this evening. There's still plenty to say here on the stage here at Tonga High School Indoor Stadium. As mentioned earlier by Salote, we do have the Give Back to Tonga concert tomorrow. There's also a gospel program being held at the Queen Salote Memorial Hall. Not only that, but we have the trade fair that's still running also throughout tomorrow at the Queen Salote Memorial Hall right here in NUKU'ALOFA.
Also happening, we have the Heilala Nines, which is happening at Deo Whaiva, for those of you that want to check out rugby. And also happening at BSP car park, the multi-purpose car park, is the Ari'o Hau Netball Tournament, which is in line and in support of Tonga Netball and Tonga Ladies Association, supporting Heilala Week. So those are like some really exciting events that are happening around Heilala this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's time now for our final contestant in the stage interview this evening. Please put our hands together for contestant number 7, Miss Tikaway Creations, Maria Toitepi Tonga Owiha. So again, the question will be read twice. Your topic tonight is climate change. Climate change is already affecting small island nations like Tonga. What role do you think young people like yourself can play in protecting our environment and our future? I'll read that again. Climate change is already affecting small island nations like Tonga. What role do you think young people like yourself can play in protecting our environment and future?
Thank you for your question. In my opinion, young people like me are all over social media, and social media is growing day to day. And I think that spreading the word on social media as young adults will really help spread the word clearly to everyone and to go down to generations. Tonga, I believe, will always be affected by climate change. And to help, we must start now. So, hypothetically, using this platform, I would raise awareness to the issue. It's as simple as jumping on social media and letting our people know what has happened to Tonga while we were going through the effects of climate change, such as the rising sea levels, the impact that's made on our home. I think that if that were to continue on, we wouldn't have a home anymore. So I encourage, as young people, that social media would be our first step. Koia pia malo.
Malo pito mo paspasi mai Maria Toitepi Tonga Owiha, Miss Tikaway Creations. And of course, that is our final contestant in the stage interview section tonight. And of course, our judging panel now can compile their scores and their comments. I'd like to now call upon our guest of honour this evening, the Minister for Tourism, Honourable Mo'ale Finau, if he would kindly prepare to make his way to the podium for the launch this evening of a very special Miss Heilala program and also to deliver his remarks this evening. Whangamari ko ini, ko whakawhi atu ai tau whakawhi whakalangilangi o e whiawhini, ka koe Minister taki mamata a Tonga. Honourable Mo'ale Finau, ke kātaki pe o mea mai ki mua, ke whakahoko atu, whakahono whakaola, o e porokalama makehe koia, ai whiri Miss Hoi Hoi Fua koia Miss Heilala i he e whiawhini. Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly put our hands together for our Minister for Tourism and Justice, the Honourable Mo'ale Finau, right here from Miss Heilala 2025.
Ko fia ki whangamari ko ni kai ke roto ke u toa fu taimi lahi ko I loi pe ku mauloro e po taimi ke tau foko maloro. Ka ko fia pe ke u wahe atu mo ki mo tonu ai. Kai ke u toe ilo apa ko haa kulea te uhanga o whakamatalai ke toe ongo ange mo toe mahino ange ai kaweinga ko tau whanonga ia mai I ngahi ahau tau situa mea ai. Mahino rei pe ai tau mua o e prokalama wike Heilala ke tau hanga puke puke au tau historia. Ka toa ngahi u koloa le lei ko toa pe o e kuhiri mi tau ngahi tamai ka umaa ngahi hako o ku tau hanga o pāsi mai ke tau to'o, ke hoko ia ko e matai koloa ke tau whanonga mo i ke kahau. Ko e ni pehe o kai keu toe ilo pakaharea te whai ko wasi whiunga. Ko me pete o talatu tau whiawhia ko toa pe, he ku mahino e tu uloa a e tau urungang whakawhanua. O ku mahino e he whiawhini e tau sio ki he tau whanau, ki anga e nau whakawhotunga o e nau ngahi teunga, au mai nau ngahi lea, ko e ngai mea ko toa peu tau sio ki ai, e hoko mau pe ko historia ki tau tolu. Ko e ni pehe ko whakamalo atu ko ki motolu, si ngahi tamai me ngahi whae, a kau whiwhine ko ni ku tau mātā he whiwhine. O ku tau tuipe, o ku tau lava ke tau sio kotoa, i ha historia lele. I ngahi whehui ko e nei whakahoko, whime pe ua nau mana tui. Urua ki pe, ke mau whaka whakaukau i, ke hiki a minimum wage, ai whanau. Ko whanawhanangi he kau ambassador, te o mana tui lele pa nau whakaukau na tonu ke hene paremia, ke whanongo lele. Tā kai uhi ngai koe tau whanau ki muri, koe sisi e nau wahe. Koe mea koe nau whakaukau ki ai, ko hanga hai ki whine mui koe ni, o ome minimum wage, hange ia fo i tuku whakaholo, ai kovi ai wahena tau whanonga mai moia. Paku ni hanga ia o furihi fo i tuku whakaholo koe ia, ke whoke pure anga, o ai ha tuku whakaholo e taha, o toi lele iange. Koe ene pehe, i he whiawhini, o kui ai hala whanonga fo ou, te tau fōwai. Mahalo koe ki konga e te whakaosa ki e gurea i he pongoni. Koe hala whanonga fo ou koe ia, o ko whakakaukau ke ngahi rea e kau whine mui, o nau whakahaa mai ki tau tolu e toonga mo ui, te nau hanga hoko atu. Ko whiwhia lahi whakamahalo ki mo tolu e kau whine mui koe i he whiawhini. O si hanga ki mo tolu a whakahaa i mai, ai hala whanonga fo ou koe nuku whakatu mai i he poate koe ni takimamata mo ki mau tolu he pōni. Aia te hoko atu ki ai he lau miniti koe ni, ko no whakaawa ia a new pathway ke tau fōwai. Aia o ko makatu unga le vai, ai ki ilea koe te whai, ke uhanga o whakahoko atu, ai hala whanonga fo ou te tau unu ki ai, kamata ia i he pōni. Aia koe hala fo ou koe ia, hei kai ke ngata pehe pōni, a e nau hoko koe Miss Heilala. Ko e whiawhini, ko e kamata anga ia o e nau whanonga i he whanonga o fo ou. A ebe na mu whanonga ki he mea na naurea aki. Ko e nau mamahi i ko e whanua, pa mo e nau ofa he tonga, ko e nau pride, ko e nau raukau, ko e nau tolu ake tonga, ko e nau whiawhia, ko e nau ofa, ko e ngahi mea katoa ko ia, e kamata i he e whiawhini. I hiri peko o kurea te tau hoko atu rewa ke halafu au ko ia, ko hono mōni nā ku eke ki nau tolu koe na ome whakaukau, pe ia nau ki wahe, ke whakapaanga ai ke halanga fo ou. Talamai i kai, whaia ke pe nau ofa whanua. Aia te nau hoko rewa ka kau ambassador ia o tongani. Aia pe tau mamata nai haa mai i hini iho ki nau tolu, na nau whakahaa mai o si kamata ki nau tolu ia, i hono tuuaki o tongani, aki e nau rea, aki e nau toonga mo ui, aki e nau ofa, aki e nau laukau, o si kamata pe ia. Ko whakamaloa ki mautolu kau whine mui, i ho muhanga whakahaa i mai ki he mātanga pia mo tonga katoa pe o kunau mamata mai me ngai whunua kehe. Hei kai ke ngata hei ahoni ai competition ui ke Heilala. Ko ne hoko atu a pongpongi, te mou ki hoko atu pe ho mo toonga mo ui urunganga whakamatu atua. Te mou ki hoko atu pe, hange pe, o whakahoko ma pe whiri misi i aho kotoa pe. Koe ko roto ki whakamua ki o atu ai whakaukau fo koe ni, koe uhinga ene o mai ki o hau ki o rea te he whiawhini, ki o launch a new pathway te tau unu koe ki ai. I'd like to say hi to my friends, the High Commissioners and Ambassadors. I'm glad that you are here. Actually, I can't go back to what has been written in the paper, but I'll just go ahead and speak from my heart. Because it's a part of our Tongan culture. When we speak, we don't speak from our mouth only. We speak from our heart. So my fellow friends from Australia and China, I'm glad that one of the young women was talking about climate change. Climate change has done a lot of damages here in Tonga, as you know, especially in the islands, Vava'u and Hapai. I'm sure there are islands all over the Pacific that are greatly affected by climate change, like Matro, Kiribati Island, and in Nauru, especially the low-lying islands. But Hapai, my island, is mostly affected by climate change. So what I'm saying tonight, the new pathway, the young women who are here, especially the winners. I'm sure we have a winner here from 1979. She's from Hapai, from my village, from Tonga. I'm not sure if she's here tonight. But what I'm saying here, the new pathway, those who are going to win, the winners, since 1979 up to tonight, you will continue to be ambassadors, to lead by examples. I'm glad that one of you was mentioning about us government leaders to lead by example. That is the way forward for this beloved country that we love, Tonga. So the new pathway is for you who will win tonight, and everybody who will come along next year and the following year. You will continue to lead by example. You will continue to lead by the dignity of your characters, showing the whole world that this is Tonga. Last but not the least, I want to thank you all of you who are here tonight, especially those Tongans diasporas who are in other countries of the world. Tonight, we all come together. We are saying to the world, Tonga has a very, very unique culture, a culture that we will continue to be proud of. So I want to thank you all, and I'm launching this new initiative that has been designed by the TTA and all those who have been helping out in this new journey. May we all enjoy tonight. May I say to you who win tonight, you are not winning just a competition. You are winning the heart of our country. I love you all, and thank you very much for coming tonight.
Whamalo atu ki he Minister Taki Mamata a Tonga, ka koe tau whakawhi whakalangilang koia o e whiawhini. Honourable Mo'alefi now I hono whakaola koia o e proklama fo o koe Heilala pathway. So this Heilala pathway that the Honourable Minister for Tourism mentioned is an initiative designed to harness the incredible talent, passion and influence of our former Miss Heilala winners. For decades, the Heilala Festival has celebrated the beauty, intelligence and cultural pride of Tongan women. Our Miss Heilala winners are more than just pageant queens. They are role models, leaders and powerful voices within our community.
This program recognizes the immense potential that these women possess and provide them with a structured pathway to contribute meaningfully to Tonga's development. The Miss Heilala Pathway program will empower our former queens to champion the issue they are most passionate about, such as mental health, climate change, youth leadership, and building resilient communities, among other emerging topics of interest.
Our former Miss Heilala winners will serve as ambassadors in the program, working in close collaboration with Tonga Tourism, other government ministries, donor governments, community organisations and other key stakeholders. They will lead projects, raise awareness, advocate for policy changes and inspire positive action across our nation. Through mentorship, training and hands-on experience, this program will not only enable us to give back to the community, but also foster their own professional growth and leadership skills. It's a win-win, empowering our queens while shaping a brighter future for Tonga.
Together, we can unlock the full potential of our Miss Heilala and create a lasting legacy of positive change for many more decades to come.
Salote, tonight we also need to acknowledge some who have been involved in the Heilala pageant for many, many years. So would you be able to enlighten us a little bit about those and the journey that they've had and how long they've been connected to the Miss Heilala Festival?
Once again, we've spoken throughout the week when the Heilala first established in 1979. With so much history, this year we celebrate 46 years of the Heilala Week. And there's 46 years, over 30 years some of these sponsors and these who are part of the Heilala are still continuing to partner with Heilala. We'd like to acknowledge in this week the government of Tonga, of course, and the Fiji Airways, Miss Lovely Maka, who's the country manager, MBF Bank, Mr. Anton, the general manager, and also Lady Maria of Australia. More than 30 years now, she's been bringing a contestant every year. It's gone so far, she brought 6 contestants in 1 year.
Let's put our hands together for all of those who we've read out their names, contributing to Heilala's success for many, many decades. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time when our judges and our scrutineers are compiling all the scores. So there's been scores from all the different categories throughout the week, but also tonight to find out who is going to be our runners-up, and of course the winners in the different categories, and of course finally who's going to be our new Miss Heilala 2025-2026. But in the interim, we're very, very pleased to have so many different talented beauty queens from our Pacific nations here with us tonight. And we're going to have a performance right now from our reigning Miss Samoa and also Miss Pacific Islands. O ku fia whainga maari koe ni ke whawhawhilakea tukia teke mo tolu ai Miss Pacific Tonga ka koe Miss Samoa whoki ko Litara Jeremiah Allen tene whakahoko ai Siva Samoa i e Whonga Stacey o i e Whiawhini. Pātalo whātu le mamalu le atu le nea whiawhia whaiei se Samoa te tolo tātou mawhtanga o tātou taimile nei tātou langolangoina le Siva tātou Miss Samoa au le Miss Pacifica Litara Jeremiah Allen.
Parallels can be drawn across our ocean, from the Heilala to the Te Wila, from the Ngatu to the Siapo, whakaapa-apa, whaalu-alu, lototo, loto maolalo, tauhiwa, tausi lewa, alofa, ofa. Stories of old have taught us about our long intermingled histories across ocean, land, time, and space. In certain moments, God gives us mirrors to see and hear ourselves reflected in one another, restored, reminded, renewed. A sense of belonging and respect for one another deepened in mundane, beautiful, dignified moments. Tonga, I have seen God's light in your smile, your culture, the vulnerability and quiet strength of each contestant in the Miss Heilala pageant. The gifting of time, laughter, food, knowledge, and experiences with new friends and family. And of course, the perseverance and grace of our reigning Miss Heilala, Rachel. It is my honor to dedicate this performance to you, Tū Tonga, mā loa pito, o whalahi atu. known Pacific, most Australia. It's a record.
Another round of applause for our Miss Pacific 2025. We are honored to have her in our presence, Litara Iramia Allen. I'm sure I speak on behalf of every Tongan Litara. You've won our hearts. We're so grateful that Rachel and the committee had reached out to you and that you had joined us in the Miss Heilala 2025, adding so much value together with your sister, the Crown Miss of Cook Islands. Thank you very much. Right now, we're going to take a turn once again and have a look at the journey of our contestants throughout this week.
I'm your contestant number 4.
Malolele, my name is Siniva Ku'ulena Vailetito Avao. I hail from the villages of Lotofoa, Bangaiha Abai, Falevai, and Ofu. And I am proudly representing Miss SNS USA 2025. And I am your contestant number 5.
Malolele, my name is Talita Fainga'a. I am from the beautiful island of Vava'o. Mihi aloi talau, lotone yafu, fa moi pakio tui oi kolo kakala. Lolo paongo, kolo fahina, uiha hapai. I'm representing Miss Current of Love Charity Vava'o. I'm your contestant number 6.
Malolele, my name is Malia Totepi Tonga Uiha.
Unbelievable journey it's been, a journey of passion, a journey of endurance for our 7 contestants vying for the title of Miss Heilala. And as we speak, our judges are compiling and finalising their scores, and in a very short time we'll know who is going to wear the crown as our new Miss Heilala 2025 into 2026.
But before all that is happening in the background, we'd like to call on the Chief Secretary and Secretary to Cabinet, also a non-executive member of Tonga Tourism Authority Board, Mr. Paulama'o, to deliver the word of thanks for this evening. Ka taki o taitalele mai, Paulama'o, koe sekretari, pia mo sekretari pureia ke kabinete o Tonga.
Often the most awkward times to make a speech is before Kaipola. And standing before you announce Aikuna. From Pahakwa to Aikuna. Kajuk Bemua ke Fakata de Giporama. Hewai I mea mawinga. Hangibego and mega Fafalangi. Ogu minimum wage rate. But they pilego moyai. Pulletaha, Ugai Seavan, Port of Tourism Authority, Pulletaha, Ugai Palestine Tourism Association. Uye ngai pare go behem. Is that all? Padarang, Tofing at Tawahauki, Kakekake hake ngai pare. Go duila, go me a 25 dollars, Mufarai. Ko yo mohinga bege ki pakakata leva programa ka mau ka nga tek pa ngo taki go ni ngai pare ki ngai fe oi ka hoko mai ta wa fita ki hene o fa pa mani kelesi tap mo ha fo no king to bo ono tap ki ta ni ku no taloni na spau mo fa le ha mo fo
Tapuke British Clowney to Portal Kalala, Mahoke Fonua. Tapatuki Ekparemia, Papeke Falang, or Pony. Your Excellencies, Tamoga Fefin, Feauhi, Miss Heilala, Betala Mogapuye Fratapu, Kagato Fonua Pamoelotu, Kai Fahogatu, Aki Fatongia, Tuakon. Ko Feauhi, Wengahi Feauhi Kotobe, o mga tuonga pe taumua ki heikuna. Ai au hanga heikuna o whakataumua ai tau pe au hono kotoa pe. Pe tau hanga lewa o wahe ia ke tawha aki. Ka uikuna. Tau angi gai ai fia mo mawawa mo hiki tue. Ia tawha ake taha no tōleo ke na uikuna. Ai e whakawa te pōni. Ai au tau Pafao gai e mamahi, mo launga, mo kohi e Facebooka. Pa koe whehui. Te tau kaunga I kuna nei. E ai ha wheauhi hatau. Te tau kaunga I kuna. Te tau lava beo kaunga I kuna. E tau wafe kohili. Nai tokata. Nani lava. Na tauhanga tutuki he kolosi. Hilipake kalau ni tala. Hokeia hono waa, hono maa. Petauhanga o angai ai binika. Kene ine mamahi. Mamahi e koe te tau whetaulaki moia ki nau tōru. Mo e kau tau whanau, kau sponsors, heke ke nau mau iku nai pōni. Inumi e mau ka toe e kalende foaki mai e kaunga I kuna ke tau kaunga I kuna ko toa pe I he koe ni pa mo kaha pa ko tui lai ko ako nak ko ia pa mo ofa ko ia te tau kaunga I kuna ko toa pe I he pon mo tolbo manatu nai Whaiwa Maria na release I he tahaiwa Pulletaha, we got chariots of fire. Ai koe kala noa whungani ni ke ongo tangata Olympic England, ko whiau hangepe koe whahau koe pōni. Ko Harold Abrahams, pa behepe ka Eric Liddell. Ko sport ni Olympic he tahaiwa wafa. Ka koe Maria he na whau, I Cambridge University na no tonga ako pe ai. Kana ele ai e pure ako taha ngai kolisi. O e University yongongoa ko ni. Na ne lea pe he hange pe ko ia ko to whanongoa. Ka bata programa ko ni ta fituiva. Lele mea wau ke pōni. Waibu kau whi auhi. Penai ngo tangata Olimpiko di he lea he pōko ia pa ko pehene pure ako. Sio ke holisi to maheni ko to pe ngai kolisi. O wai ngai papa o tohe ak na tol a hingoa o ka wikona mo na tol na wako pe lava mea ya pe ko ya pa ko pehene puli ako we see the name after the name ko ngai hingoa ya pa ne behere ba summon up they the face after face ai wai ngai hingoa pa tau omi leba hano ngai fofonga ngai tau mai koe ni o ai ke ngai hingoa koe ia. Pene pehe mai lewa. Katoa nau tō, ikuna peta ikuna. They are full of honesty and goodness. Na whonu he whewhia, mo oni, mo kakana, mo taumua au nau, ngāu e ki ai. Seal with vika. O nau whai oskia belenga, o nau ngai whatongia, hangepe ko iau tau mātā, I he pōni, whai ako nau rele taha. An intellectual promise. O wai palomes, ke tek nau tōru, kawata mai au, koloa ko whaki, he otoa, pak nau tōru, hangepe ko ia, ko nau tōru kau whinemui, o nau poletaki, ke pare, o e pōni. Pēne pehe mai lewa he pure ako, E ko bena to ai loto e ang tangata lele ko ni. I ngai lisi ko ni, mga hingoa ko ni, mo kina tolo no kulope, na kau ke fe auhi. The flower of a generation. Ko matala ya kau, o matala maupe, ye tau tangata, ye tau tangata. Ko matala I Heilala, e matala maupe, ye tau tangata, ye tau tangata. Ko tau kaunga I kuna ya katoa, I he poni. Teke ngata pe, ya tek na tolu, whali ali he poni. Pa behebe, ya tek na tolu kau sponsors, ngai mātua, mukta tolu hono kotoa pe. Nea os whakahoko ma lea whamalo maua ne po, he sea ko ia, a Tourist Association, Palestinian saya mo hao. Ko mui at pen. He tamau ko ia e kakai, e matala, matonga, ye tau tangata, ye tau tangata. That's the pride of Tonga. That's the pride of the kingdom. God bless you all.
Malobito Honorable Palomau. Ia lotonga koia tau taritari atu koia ki he hono whakakakato he kau whakamao ai ola koia o tau whiahui he whiawhini te mo atu ai whangamari koi ni ke whamanatu atu ai whakamalo ke kau sponsor mga business I koia kuna pōpō mai ke hono whakahoko atu koia o tau whiahui I he tauni.
Tau whamalo heni ki ngai kau taha koe ni, kau maa ai ngai pot ngawe koe ni, ki he Pulletaha Tonga, o whawhau e pot ngawe tak mamata koe a Tonga, koe Tonga Tourist Association, pia moe Tonga Tourism Authority, pe foki ki he Fiji Airways, koe Heilala Supreme Sponsor Zia.
Koe ngahi Heilala Elite Sponsors koe e whiawhini o kau foki ai BSB Bank, MBF Bank, the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, the Ministry of Education and Training, Hoko Arts and Tours, New Sound, Little Italy Hotel and Restaurant, Waterfront Restaurant, the Tānoa International Dayline Hotel, Digicel Group Limited, and of course the New Zealand High Commission.
Having in Heilala Platinum, and I see a lot of these businesses and sponsors who are with us on the ground here, we'd like to say thank you to the Kongakawa Boutique Hotel, Paul Johansson and your team, to the Sunshine Rental Cars, Spare Part Zone, and also Esco Motos.
We'd like to also acknowledge tonight our Heilala Gold sponsors, which includes the Australian High Commission office here in NUKU'ALOFA, Leata Boutique Gift Shop, and of course the President of the Tonga Tourist Association, Saya Moihau.
With Heilala Silver, we'd like to acknowledge House of 88 Tonga, Tahi Tonga, the Universal Pharmacy, Tali Eva Bar, Laysign, Action Tonga and Lava Group, Evergreen Restaurant, the Young's Kitchen Restaurant, Builders Burger, Seaview Lodge, NUKU'ALOFA Beach Resort, Tonga China Federation, MF Tamoipiao Building.
Our Heilala Bronze sponsors that ensured tonight's program went ahead includes ACO Sand Clothing, Jet Safe Travel, Very Popular Cars, Leader Quarry and Liu Guest House here in the Kingdom of Tonga.
Kore peke hufanga ngai whatapu pe a holoi pe ai mea ai whawhalanglangi ka mai tau ka whawhe whiawhini, tupe moa ke ma whauto uta pepe a mei muani ai tuku au koe tau taimi ko hia kai whakawhainga maariei a hono au whangatuku koe o i tānaki ngai poini pe a mei he kau whamau he whiawhini. I hene pehe, o tai whie tūku ai pe, ai whamaloak nau tolgo toa pe o mōpōpō mai. So I'm told we are ready with the results.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience this evening. We trust you've enjoyed the Miss Heilala pageant throughout the week. We are coming to that time, that special time, where we're going to find out the results in the different categories this evening. Now, with the presentation this evening will be done in different ways. In the beginning, we'll be starting with the announcement of the special awards prizes. And during the special awards prizes, they'll be presented by the current reigning Miss Heilala, that of course is Rachel Butenbale. And then when we move on to the main pageant awards, at that point we'll be asking upon the esteemed guest of honour, the Minister of Tourism, Honourable Mo'ale Finau, and at that point he will be presenting those awards. There are quite a few awards to present this evening and acknowledgements to be made, and we thank you again for your patience. Mā aloha mo mea mai, whakamara kia mō tolu koia mō kao mai I he waha o pe, me I tuapuri anga, me whoki kia mō tolu koia me oto tō ngani, whakatawange pe o kua o leire atoe polokalamani ki apina.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to ask our DJ and also technicians, can you please play some music? We're going to ask our Miss Heilala, Miss Rachel Goodenbell, to please make her way on stage. And before that, we're going to hand out gifts which have been donated by Fehoko Arts, Stephen Fehoko and his team. This will be handed out to all our contestants and also for our visiting Miss Pacific and Miss Cook Highlands. So, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm asking the DJ, please play some music in the background while we call on Miss Heilala, and also we'll have the contestants up on stage.
Rotonga ni ku tau taitari ki he kamata hano whua ki mono ui e ngahi pare o e ngahi whiauhi. Kamata mai I he wiki Heilala, I he ngahi e ria ki he kehe. Pea I he rorotongani, o ku te tari ai ki he Miss Heilala une rotonga puke puke ai kalauni. O Miss Heilala tau wafe maa ua wha, wafe maa wani maa Rachel Goodenbell. Rotonga whanonga mai ki he Stacey ke whake ngā hi pare ko ia. Kai he taimi tatau, whaonga te pia whamalo lahi ke kau sponsor. Potu ngā ue tak mamata mo whulau e ewa a tonga. Pure lahi kau maa e toenga kau ngā ue. E nau ke loto lelei mo whawhenga maari. A wike Heilala tau wanoa ua ni maa. Ke whakamawhola atu whakanga tonu e tau reti o Walfit Poi Nima FM. Te ke tau live streaming. Whamalo lahi whuka se misika. 5-star finance, group of companies me havelu loto. Kau whataha mai I he polokalama, I he whakamawhola o e sponsor o whakamawhola whakanga tonu o e pōni me ngahi polokalama o e wike Heilala. He whakamalola ki a se misika. 5-star finance, group of companies me havelu loto. Peke potu ngā o e takmamata mo e whulau e ewa a tonga.
Again, as acknowledged, at this moment, we would like to acknowledge Stephen Fehoko. Now, we've come to the moment we've all been waiting for, and we're going to start with the prizes. We will continue to ask Miss Heilala to hand out the special awards to the winners, and then we will call on our guests of honor and also their excellencies who are joining us this evening to also award the remaining prizes for this evening.
In our first special award this evening, the Miss Personality Award for tonight, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Miss Lady Maria Tonga Australia, Miss Annalie Pisa Tanovasa Choli. Please put your hands together again, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Personality tonight, won by Miss Lady Maria Tonga Australia.
2025 goes to Miss Current of Love, Charity Vava'u, Talita Vicatoria, Eseta Moala Kainga'a.
Next, we're going to move on to the Tawonga category. But before we do that, if I could also invite Miss Pacific Islands and Miss Cook Islands to make their way to the stage to also participate in our award ceremony this evening. If the honourable
ia patau toki whakakato ai pe a e whiawhini. Ko e lava kakato ia ai ngahi o wau ko ia i he wike hei lala o i wanoa wanima. O kwai ai whakamalo atu ki e tonga kotoa pe, i he tau kau whakataha, pia mei he whinamotu anika o maa whoke o koa ngā aue ko ia na e tataki mo whakatau kei ak mautolu i he wike hei lala o i wanoa wanima. Kai tuk mo ake whakaosi aki e tau proklama ko ia o i wike hei lala o wanoa wanima, e tau tala monu ke ene awhio tamatu i tu pouono, tuku hono ngahi whili ke movete pe, tuku e nau tuuni ke liliu ke vale pe. Eiki ai ke fuoloa ange moha ngahi tau, tau whetuku hakoloa, tauhi ho mauhau. E sihova, mea mai e mau punou, ke tari e mau lotu, o malui atu po, toa whātu.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here at Miss Heilala 2025. We acknowledge not only our new reigning Miss Heilala, but all of our contestants competing this evening, our businesses and sponsors, our guest of honour, our reigning Miss Pacific Islands, Miss Cook Islands, who's here today as well as our diplomatic community for being here. We thank you all. We'd like to give praise to God. We also want to uplift the name tonight of His Majesty, King Tupou VI, of which we celebrate his birthday today. But without any further ado, we'd like to conclude tonight's program in a word of prayer. I'd like to call upon Reverend Ian Tuihalingengie, the police reverend, to kindly make his way to the front to conclude tonight's Miss Heilala in a word of prayer. Ko le atu mai whakapaapa ki whaiwhekau koe e potungawe polisi a Tonga, ko whaiwhekau Ian Tuihalingengie, ke whakaosi e tau polokala mo e whiawhini mo e wike Heilala a ki halotu. Malo au pito.
Malo ko kore ke mo toko ni mai. Ko ka DJ George ka ta ko mai e tau himi tuku foi Pulletaha ka ta fai tau lotu.
O kuia iha ki fonua o kutu I o seni na e ika ike mau o tua na e masiva e lele. Hallelujah, hallelujah, ku omonu ia hallelujah, hallelujah, ku omonu ia
Tō mafi matangata koe mauta mai I whaewane. O mauta e hanga atu he whahosinga o e kātoanga whawhiwhiane. I he loto hounga ia maoni, mo e whamalo loto hounga. Ki he maungo I a laumari e awhiona na e toka I he kātoanga molumalune. O kumerino pe anonga be ai whare, pa mohono kau pa moe mātanga, pa mohono kau whiauhi. Ka mai o mau whamalo, ko e tala e ko tuku mai, ke hoko e kau whiwhineni mo kinau tolko tope I mua, mo kinau tolko tope e hoko mai a mui, ko e whai ki anga ia ke whai ai mui, mo e tala whakatahata ki ai. Pea ko mawakai ke kau whiwhine whiauhi, ko e whangaki toko hoa ko tope, o kunau I kuna ko tope. Ko e ke haa mamahi, pau mau whawhita I tai ki o awhio. Ta toka aho o whai a te kumatolo ka mau ka mātou koe pō koeni. Mea to ai whananglangi pia mo toenga e whakatahangani. Pia pehe ke Miss Heilala fo'o. Kene mao hawhi au hi ngai whiau o hanga mai mi ana. Hawhi au hi lelei mo whiawhia pia mo monu ia. Pia mo tala monu wha osi ki hene awhio ko tui o Tonga. Ke kei hoko atu ai tui. O e whonoani. Pa mo e pure atu po o tangata. O e maulo tu ia I uafa o aloka ko mauhu I ko sisu klaisi. Amen.
Ko e lava kakato ia ai wike Heilala mui mai e tau whakamafola ngai whiau I ki hoi fua. Pe ki ono whakalauni e pōni, hange koe ako tau uongona. Koe ngahi tuunga koe a mei he nima ki he ulua ki, te uto e lawe atu ki ai, whika nima. I he whiri Miss Heilala tau wawhe maa ua nima, oku aluia ki a Siniva, kulena Violeti tuavao, whika wha. Funga Laaua Elizabeth Amanaki Mafi. Fika tolu Maria Toatepi Tonga Uiha. Koe fika ua I he poni te au hi whakatoa Miss Heilala ko Tarita. Vika toria e seta moala whaingaa. Ko totaha kune mau ai kalauni o Miss Heilala tau anoa uanima. Mau ia ke Miss Pangai Motu Siosi Ana Patricia Lavulo tau mai pe au. Kotoe ngai pare te tau tok whakai ki atu. Ie tau pesi Facebook. Whamalo ia ai minister. O pe ki he pure o e takamamata. Potungai takamamata mo fulai ve vatonga. E nau ke loto lelei. Ki whapaanga ai wiki Heilala kakato pono ngai polo kalama. Ie ki whamafola he tau re te o walu fitu poi nima e whaemba. Pe foki ki he tau live streaming mo tau YouTube. Whamalo lai foki ki a se misika. Moe 5-star finance, group of companies, mei havelu loto. Se me seka, koe whafafonga malolo I tonga tapua. Kau mai I he sponsor o e wiki Heilala tau anoa wanima. Whamalo ia ki motolo kotoa pe mo mea mai I he ope. I he tau live stream, whamalo atu ka teke motolo mo loto lelei. Ke tuhifo pe tau comment. O ia ka tau mau hawhi au hi fia. Wa malo at tek motolo mo ke yang ngau ya kai tau le jo mal Bitcoin ni mai mai ma tau kono ko yo otomati e ola ia o au